Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Roaring buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, Io backyard. Hi, Denise. Hi, Lois. Hello, Paula. Hi, Susie. Hi, Pickles. Binny Isley. Sorry if I say your name incorrectly, but hello. Hi, Maria. Hope everyone is okay. Hi, William. Hello, everybody. I hope I got everybody. I hope you all are okay. I am feeling okay at the moment. I might have like a bump of energy down a little bit later, but energy goes up and down. So yeah, we are ready for day 2. Indeed. Uh Day 2 of the Lori Daybell trial. So, oh, hi, Illegally Blonde. Hello. Garden Bot, hello. Welcome in. The real Nightbot is lurking, yes. The OG Nightbot is lurking. I hope everyone is okay. I hope you all having a wonderful day so far. We've already been in court this morning. So we were doing the morning part of the Linda Sturma case. We're catching up on that. Do not harm. Hello, my friend. Hi, welcome in. Paula, take your seat in the front row, please, my friend. So anyone can take a seat just by typing exclamation seat in chat, just like so. So yeah, I am ready. So, definitely, I have my blanket on. It's not electric blanket because both of our electric blankets that we had went poof. And they were from Costco, so I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy with Costco in that regards. Yes, I know. I have already mentioned Costco 2 minutes into the stream. That must be a record. Yes, Cutie Pie is here. Denise is indeed. Um, Oh, hi, Iowa. So, I've got something to tell. I don't know if you guys can see very well. I think I'm gonna have to put my image a little bit bigger on the screen. But I'm wearing something new. So, I'm wearing this new t-shirt. It has, I don't know if you recognize that, but for those that has stickers for the channel, recognize that bunny. It's a bunny that we have for the channel. And it has one on a sleeve. And then it has the back. The back is still, I don't know if I can show the back, but hang on. See if I can show you the back. I think I can. Yeah. Well. So now, and to the bunny. So that's the back. The back just says I run on coffee and on true crime. That is a t-shirt that I am testing out for March for the channel. Because it's something that I've been working on for a little bit, but I am just testing out if it is nice and soft. Obviously, I know I have an over a hoodie, but at the moment it's just it's the tester, but hopefully it feels nice. I just need to wash it to see how it comes out, because obviously I'm a bit of a perfectionist, as you guys know, so I want to make sure everything is perfect and it's okay and it's durable and it is a good quality. So I'm gonna be washing this, and I'm gonna be the hoodie that I am gonna have is also coming either today or tomorrow, more likely tomorrow. Now, this girl is also coming, and I'm gonna be testing that one out, and then hopefully, if everything goes right, they will be, yeah. Um. Oh, this one doesn't say. Maybe. Oh, actually, it doesn't. But the hoodie does, and that is actually a good idea. I might change it. But Yeah, I think it is stretch fabric. I mean, it stretches quite nicely, but and it's quite big. I ordered a large size, so because I like sometimes wearing over hoodies and stuff. But that is a great idea, Denise. I really like that. I'm glad you guys like it. It's been a creation, but for with me and Garden Bot, we've been working on it, so it's definitely been so. Um, in bold TCA, yes, we do have the hoodie has the TCA on the thing and the crew neck as well. Um Oh, that's awesome. That we're gonna have a crew neck as well, and the crew neck does has TCA on it. Oh, Pickles! Take your seat, my friend. Hello, really good to see you, my friend. I really missed you, Pickles. Look, do you recognize where I'm wearing, Pickles? So yeah. So it is. It's been on working. I am working a lot on that as well in the background, and I'm just waiting for the samples to arrive to just to make sure that the quality is good and everything is fine, and because you guys know me, and yeah. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry, my friend. um uh, yes, we are getting ready for day 2, but guys, I think something that is not gonna come up on the stream is there and this is gonna be the only spoiler I'm gonna do, but we are asking, obviously no spoilers because we are on a half an hour delay of the case, but obviously people are posting a lot on social media about it, so if you can not try to not give any spoilers so we can watch it all together. Obviously if there's something like shocking that you cannot hold it, of course, but normal testimony and everything, please just refrain of spoiling, please. Love you and thank you very much for that. So yeah, so there's already something there's already something very spicy and very big has happened in court today for the Lori Vallow case. So and this is okay, I think, for me to spoil it because I don't know if it is going to happen on stream. Yes, I was talking about merch. Yes, Pickles. Yes, indeed, we are talking about merch. This is a T-shirt that hopefully I am gonna have on a merch. So, hi, KAM. Hi. Oh, okay. All right. No worries. Hello. Good to see you. Again. Very good to see you. I do remember you changed your name though, but yeah, very good to see you. Hi, my friend. So this is the T-shirt that hopefully I'm gonna have included in the merch. Has the bunny there, the here, and it has a writing on the back as well. But hopefully by the end of this week, maybe, or maybe when we hit 1K, we are gonna be posting that on a thingy. Hello, Emily. Learn my last name or else. Hello, hi, hello. Oh, awesome. We love having you here, Emily. I think I've seen you around for sure. Welcome in. I'm TCA Katya. Just call me whatever. So yeah, just making sure you press the like button. It does help the channel a lot, a lot. So oh, hi, Emily. So it's great to see new friends and new faces. Hello. I'm in the UK for those that don't know. I'm in the UK, so right now it's 10 to 7 p.m. and this trial is gonna go until 1 o'clock my a.m. my time. And then guess what? Then afterwards I'm gonna go to work. So I literally changed my, hey, welcome back, Maria. Hello. I literally changed my whole life, my work schedule and everything to fit around this trial. So it is an investment, but it is an investment that I'm glad to make. Not for Lori, but for the justice for Charles Vallow and for the fact of doing the YouTube side of things. So yeah, it's gonna be good. I'm excited, but like I was saying, no spoilers, but I am gonna give you a small spoiler because I don't know if it is gonna show up on stream. So when they just came on to start the day in court for the Lori Vallow, Lori Daybell case, they had the issue again with two jurors. So, juror number 4 obviously we don't know who is juror number 4. We don't names or not anything. So is excused. So a juror has been excused for this trial already. So that's the second in 2 days that we've lost a juror. Yes, indeed. So apparently the juror told staff that he maybe had a memory of something after seeing evidence yesterday. He saw something on YouTube. This is regarding the body camera video that we watched outside of the house that Charles was pew-pewed at. Don't know. It doesn't say if he was male or female. I could probably ask on X, because that's where I saw. But yeah. And then there's another juror, number 16, but that one is going to keep it on. The judge will keep juror 16 on. Lori did not object. Jury is coming in now. So that's where I'm going to leave on the spiciness and on the spoilers. But yeah, we lost a juror already. It is crazy. This is indeed crazy that we have already lost 2 jurors in this case. Oh wow, I did not know that, Emily. That is awesome. Oh wow, it must be a really, really crazy time for him right now, because I mean, I know that he considered Charles Vallow has his dad and everything, so I'm sure sadly it's not going to be the best of birthdays for him. But yeah, yes, we are down 2 alternates indeed. What was down to work, I think that was another Maria yesterday, because we already lost 2. We lost a new one. Well, a new one. We lost a new juror today on that. Yeah, same feeling. Absolutely, Lois. I hope he finds happiness and peace and he can move on with his life, because having Lori as a mom, it's not easy. So I'm wishing him all well, and yeah. Well, exactly. Indeed. Definitely. Oh yeah. I absolutely agree with that, Emily. Is it okay if I just call you Emily, or do you prefer me saying always Emily, learn my last name, or else? I can say it absolutely your whole thing, but if that's okay with you. But yeah, I absolutely hope that he finds a thing. Oh, another thing that I forgot, we are not gonna have a counter today. I'm gonna have to manually count on my paper again, because oh, awesome. Thank you very much for that, my friend. I know, Maria, it's absolutely crazy. We lost already 2 jurors. Well, that is a good question, because we do need to learn it, or else. Sorry, just a little bit of a pun. Like I was saying, and I'm apologizing, we're not gonna have a counter today, because Mr. Gardenbot is being very oh, interesting. Let me just, I need to do something. Mr. Gardenbot is being selfish and he wants his computer back. No, I'm joking. He just wants the Yes. Oh, sidebars for the Linda. Yes, thank you. I will do need to write that down for Linda. Give me 1 second. Bear me a moment. I'll put on the Linda paper, Linda for sidebars. I will put that. Thank you very much. So yes, so Gardenbot is being selfish, so I can't use his computer. So, I'm joking. Yeah, it is. He does. Yeah, definitely. He has a very good channel, and he does a lot. Talks about his experience about his mom, and he's had interviews with his mom and all of it and everything. So definitely, just YouTube it, his name. Absolutely check it out. Ooh, that is a good question. Indeed, where are you located, Emily? Last name or else? Learn my last name or else. Just like, not the address, obviously, just the vicinity, like the state. If you are in the US, this is. I'm just assuming. So yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Paula. You are amazing. You all are amazing. Every single one of you. I think maybe Denise. That's why I know Emily from. It's yeah, I think so, maybe. But we are very good stalkers. It's spelled Trahan. Traha. Oh my days. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna call you Emily. Sorry. South of Louisiana. Nice. Oh. Oh yeah, that is true. Yes, definitely. That's right. See, this is what I where I know you from our race chat. That is awesome. Thank you very much for popping it in and popping in. I really, really appreciate it. Appreciate that. We are a small little channel, here in this community of the YT, but we are a good group and a good community as well. So I hope you enjoy it. And yeah, definitely. Hello, Robert. Good morning, my friend. Hi. I hope you're okay and you're feeling okay today. So, yeah. Court should start in a minute now. Sorry, I'm just trying to set up something, but it's not working, which is not giving me very um oh yay, 17 new stalkers, yay. Definitely. um South LA. I like that. I really want to go. See, there is another place for me to go on a US tour of 2026. Oh man, Denise, thank you very much for spending a bit of your lunch break with us. I really, really appreciate. Enjoy your lurking, and thank you very much for your help, man. Absolutely. Um, Oh yes, definitely. You don't have to. You don't need to answer. If you don't want to answer, yeah, it's fine. And so we are just, we are not normal. Yes, you are awake. I am so happy that you are awake. Sorry. I'm pumping myself because it's been a crazy week already covering this trial and the time zones. It's absolutely insane. But definitely. Oh yeah, definitely. That's definitely happening. Um Definitely happening. I think I'm getting hot. I have this hoodie and the t-shirt. I'm already oof, it's a little it's getting well, I'm not gonna sing, don't worry. Is it I think it is hot. Oh, it's hot. Oh yeah, no, sorry, Emily, we're gonna have to meet somewhere else because I am not going where's hot because I don't do the heat. I mean, I'm Portuguese originally, right? I grew up in Portugal, lived there for 22 years out of my life, but I got it out because I hate the heat. I don't do heat. I don't like it. So oh, Louisiana is also LA. How you say it? Oh my days! I'm confused now with the states. Now Maria confused me again with the states. Thank you. So oh, hey, hello, unicorn, rancher. Oh, I know Iowa. Here, I wonder where you come from. Maybe from Gossip Room in Innuendo. Hi, my friend. Hello. Well, it was so good to see you, unicorn rancher. It's awesome to have you here too. Um, oh, sorry, getting notifications after notification. Oh, Louisiana. Oh, okay. All right, Louisiana. Louisiana is okay. But if it is still hot, we might have to meet under a swimming pool because that will way we would be cold down. Yes. Hi. So we are just waiting for the feed to kick in. Feed has not kicked in. Let me refresh it just in case if oh, good thing I refreshed it because now there you go. Why why is this being so hard? There we go. We have a feed, everybody. I'm gonna put myself a little bit smaller because I'm way too big for my taste in the screen. So don't like it. Oh, the thing is, I wanna visit because all of my friends and all of y'all are in US, and just taking the correct measures in terms of safetyness, I think we'll be fine. Otherwise, you can just cover my unaliving trial. What else? So, um, yeah, so much cooler. Yeah, definitely. I will unvolunteer from that. I absolutely will accept your I'll accept it. Don't worry. We'll meet somewhere else where it's cooler. Maybe under the well, yes. But the thing is Portugal is it's not as safety as it used to be, do not harm, because my mom was talking, because my mom is still in Portugal and she still lives out there, and she says that sadly things are getting worse and worse in Portugal as well, especially in the area where I used to live, because she still lives in the same area where I grew up. So sadly it's also, I think it's a universal thing, sadly, that's yeah, maybe Switzerland. Yes, it's better. Yeah, maybe. I know it is very sad to know, and I am very scared about my mom. And she's not getting younger, and she's not gonna want to move now. She lived there all her life, So I am a little bit sad and a bit concerned about her safety, but hopefully so far so good. Yeah. So I I know it's just crazy. It's things everywhere is just but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Lori. Not that it's a better subject. But at least it's the different
Service.
here you go, it's
The
starting.
jury should be getting up to their jury room here on the side of the courtroom any minute now. When that happens, we will bring in juror number 16 for some questioning. When juror 16 comes into the courtroom and answers the questions, I'm not going to allow a recording of that. So we won't record, there'll be no media recording of that. If my staff could bring in juror 16. Are all the jurors here? We've excused juror 4. The stipulation?
All right, so awesome. I'm glad it is very soft spoken, Paula. Indeed, I'm glad that the sound is okay. I think it was 15, Roba. I I'm trusting my memory of when I was very tired last night to remember that information. So I think it was. Yeah, sorry, Emily. One of my pet peeves on stream is the sound. I'm always trying to find to make sure that the sound is good and everything. So I'm always like, is the sound okay? Is the sound okay? So the everybody already knows, like, Katya, it's okay. Be quiet. So it's yeah. Um oh Rubber, I literally was so tired this morning. I went to bed, and for someone that it's like it is hard for me to sleep during the day, I hit the bed and I fell asleep like this. But I did as well because I actually found this through our friend Zio, that she puts, like those YouTube videos that you can put to that makes you sleep and everything. And I always was very dubious of those, so I put one that this morning and literally sent me to sleep almost straight away. And I was just like, that I was unalived for a few hours, because I think, and then I got scared when Gardenbot got home with lunch, which was so very cute of him. Oh, sorry, Emily. Just to explain, if you see a garden bot in chat, I'm sure he's gonna be popping in and out. And if we talk about garden bot is my husband. He does help a lot in the channel. He's a mod and he does some streams as well. When I am, because I normally start off very early for work and everything, so not always I can stay until the end of court. So garden bot, and then sometimes Rob help us out. Yeah, help us out doing that. That's why if we talk about garden bot, that's who he is. I do started wearing eye mask as well. But those things annoy me, so I'm trying, but yeah. Yeah, so definitely so. Oh, thank you very much. Do not harm. It is. I wanted that too. Eye of a backyard. Yes, someone called you, Garden Bot. Hello, this is what I mean, Emily. And for those that knows, and he cooks, he does. Maria, he definitely does cook very well. This is Garden Bot. Is my husband. So and he does help says a lot in the channel. So you see always maybe a different face. It's not just my channel; it's everybody's channels, and yeah, we help each other out to yeah. But yeah, Iowa, you need to tell us where you are located. So because we need to figure it out where you are in the beautiful map. But yeah, so oh, he cooks very well, Maria, and he's getting better and better, and he's making me eat vegetables. So that's also a bonus. Oh, thank you very much. We do try. I mean, it's principles that we have, and just we are just ourselves, and yeah. So, but thank you very much. I really, really appreciate those kinds of words. Oh, okay. I will not whisper in your ears. Don't worry, Iowa. But it's fine. Just hear Lori. Oh, yesterday I tried to sleep while she was um talking. Like, nah, I can't talk. I can't sleep while Lori's talking. That's for sure. I know it was so very cute. He was posing. That was well. You can always check in the last stream just after the court. We was just chatting a bit and talking and everything. Emily, oh my days, hi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My days. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome to Rookie. Welcome to the Green Gang. It is so good to have you here. Here, you can check it out. Actually, all the videos now that we've made about being with me and Garden Bot about a bit of our background story and everything. So thank you very much. So yes, pickles. In the end of in the end of the last stream, I shared a picture of Garden Bot posing on top of my desk. So you can go check it out because it's at the end of the stream. So yeah. Yes, that is very true as well. I do cry easily, very easily, especially when I'm tired. I'm a crier. So yeah. So definitely I am a crier, but thank you very much for I know, I'm very scared too. Yeah, definitely. Very, very glad. And I think I'm gonna about to cry. So I'm trying not to. Oh, I'm so sorry. Iowa, I'll try to be a bit more quiet. My apologies. So yeah. Um Oh no, that is absolutely. It's absolutely fine. You know, you chat whenever you are able to chat. Absolutely, and I really appreciate your support. And here comes the tears. um. So yeah, definitely, I really really appreciate your support. You guys are amazing, and just yeah. So, whew, definitely, exactly. We definitely can understand that. Absolutely. Pickles is always working. She works a lot. So, but no, absolutely. Absolutely. It was that for me, do not harm. No, I was not born. I was born in April. My birthday is next Monday. So yeah, yeah, very easy laid back family, definitely. And our family keeps growing and I love it. We're finding the right pieces for our family and that is amazing. So if that was for me, do not harm. No, my birthday is next Monday. I don't want it. Cause I'm getting older and I don't want to. Um oh, Pisces Cries. Oh, I don't know which one is my sign thingy. It's not something that I. Yeah, it's whoop whoop. No, I don't want it. uh, thank you very much, Emily. I really really appreciate that. Oh, Port seems to come back. Thank you very much. No, not dysfunctional at all, Paula. We don't even speak English, do we? Oh, here comes Lori. There's still no sound, so. Oh, there is no audio while there's Juror 16 questions. But apparently we're not in the questions, sorry. Ooh. Yes, it is. You are. I knew it. You're gonna love it, Pickles. So there's no audio yet. They haven't kicked in with the audio. Okay, ¿Dónde? ¿Cuánto?
What?
There you go.
Walked into the house, proceeded forward, saw a patient on the floor to the right, proceeded to the patient to start an assessment and evaluation.
And then Captain Keller had already come in.
I'm pretty confident, yes, he would have been quicker getting off the truck and inside.
And so you did your assessment, and then what?
My assessment revealed that he was unresponsive, no pulse, no breathing, so I would have started CPR, started chest compressions.
Did you do that with his shirt on?
I would have lifted that out of the way so I could find the proper landmarks.
So you had said that you saw that there was, let's see, 2 gunshot wounds, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you saw that through the shirt? Or how did you assess that when you first entered? That's my question.
Once I'm doing CPR, I can see 2 bullet holes in the shirt. I can see that on the chest and on the abdomen. I can see the wounds as I'm looking at the chest and doing chest compressions.
Okay. And then he had on what color shirt?
I wouldn't have recalled other than, I guess, the video yesterday. I think it was a dark colored shirt I think we saw on the screen.
And so you had talked yesterday about the blood being more blood on chest, not pooled around your knees, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so with the dark shirt, was it hard to see the blood? I'm kind of trying to see what you saw when you entered.
I remember seeing blood on the chest. It wasn't, I remember not seeing blood on the abdomen.
And there were holes in the shirt, 2 holes in the front side?
I would, best of my recall, yes.
Okay. And when did you cut off the shirt, and how does that procedure work?
I continued doing CPR, chest compressions. One of my other colleagues would have cut that off. And knowing that the shirt maybe is potentially evidence, that's why I said to her, don't cut through where the holes are. So she could have cut down the side instead of on the top of the body.
And do you use like a special scissors or something for that?
Yeah, we have some trauma shears in our equipment.
Okay. And who was that? Was that Phelps or?
I believe that was firefighter Kaczynski.
Okay. Kaczynski, that's one I didn't have. So who all was sitting there with you that was on scene at that time?
Firefighter Fife would have been there. Firefighter Kaczynski, the 3 of us, kind of like we saw in the video or like the picture yesterday. All 3 of us around the patient, while Captain Keller was standing back a little bit, like you saw in the picture.
Okay. You said that you had been a CPR instructor for 12 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the last 12 years or 12 years ago?
Approximate dates 2004 to 2016, let's say.
Okay. And so have you taught people who have never done CPR before?
Have I taught those individuals? Yes.
Right. And not just like people renewing their certification, but both?
Correct.
Okay. How many people would you say that you've taught that have never done CPR before?
Never done CPR, and it's probably in the hundreds over that long of doing that.
So you'd be familiar with how a first timer would react?
Yeah, you try to forewarn them what to expect.
Okay. So these first timers, they have to be taught the appropriate place to place their hands. Would that be fair?
That is part of the course, yes.
And so do you show them, or do you just tell them in class where to put their hands?
It's a video-based system through American Heart. There's a curriculum that we would have been following.
Okay. So if you could only tell them, like over the phone, that might be difficult for them to know the correct placement of their hands if they've never done it before.
I guess it depends on the instructions that the dispatcher gave. Ultimately, if I was telling somebody over the phone, you want to put your hands on their chest, on the lower part of the chest. It's that kind of simple, so to speak.
Okay. But without the video, if you were teaching a class and you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, right? For a bunch of first timers?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
Does it mean answer? Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you repeat the question then?
Yeah, so it might be difficult. If you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, you know, for a bunch of first timers to know exactly what to do if you just had to tell them middle of the chest, lower chest.
I mean, you could obviously show on a person. You could show on yourself.
If you couldn't show them and you could only tell them, could it be difficult?
I suppose it's possible depending on the person.
Okay, that's fair. So do you think that your CPR class would be fairly successful if you had no visuals?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Next question.
I got it, Your Honor. So if a person had never done it before and was just told how to do it, is it possible that they might not be acquainted with where to put their hands?
It's possible.
And it would also be possible that they might not do it properly.
That could be possible too.
And right now, when you're teaching CPR, and I didn't say you are teaching right now, but if you're teaching a class, are they just doing percussions now? There's no breathing in the mouth, is that correct?
It's going to depend on the level of the class. As far as the lay rescuer, people that have never done it before, that just want to have the training. It's evolved and we're teaching compression only. That is a form of CPR now also, just doing chest compressions.
And how long do you teach to do that for? How long of a period before you take a rest or?
Well, it varies depending on if patient is an adult or a child. There are different guidelines that American Heart offers. So in those courses, they're getting to learn information for adults and children and infants also.
Correct, right. So for an adult, how long, like 30, 100, 150? It's been a while, so just wondering.
With an adult, they're also taught they need to call for help right away also. So that's a factor. Are they alone? Is somebody else able to call? Can they call, put the phone on speaker, start, while talking to 911? And then they would just keep going until help arrives.
So there's no timing, like you take a 10-second break, you just do compressions?
Not for that type of level of CPR, there wasn't.
Okay. So it's helpful if you had someone there that you could take turns, like I'll do 100 and then you do 100, because it's kind of exhausting, right?
Objection, compound question, relevance.
I'll sustain as to compound question. You can re-ask the question ask it in a different way. Go ahead.
So how long did you administer the CPR before you did the flip over? How long do you think that was?
Before we rolled him to look at the back, is that what you're?
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
I would estimate maybe up to a minute.
Okay. And then were you counting compressions? Is that what you were doing during that time, or do you not count? You just do it for a certain amount of time?
I don't recall if I was counting. I mean, I was doing the chest compressions while waiting for the rest of the team to arrive and for us to continue assessing, see if we were going to continue to work the patient and utilize more equipment.
And there were 3 of you there?
4 total, but 3 by the patient.
Okay. And then you could take turns, right? Like trade off if you needed to?
If we needed to, yes.
So that'd be a lot easier than when you're just there by yourself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long, after the rolling over, did you started doing compressions again? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I had.
Yes, I believe so.
And how long did you do that for?
I would estimate maybe upwards of another minute
So maybe 2 minutes total?
during that sequence, yes.
And was there another sequence?
At some point, we would have stopped doing chest compressions so we could evaluate the heart rhythm. That's on the heart monitor.
With the heart
And
monitor?
you can't be doing compressions to evaluate that.
Okay. And then you didn't continue compressions after the heart monitor at all?
From what I recall, I resumed again in brief discussion as far as what direction we were going to go.
And what were the results of the heart monitor?
There was no electrical activity.
And how long was the heart monitor applied compared to when you started the first compressions?
I'm not sure if I understand the question. Maybe you can reword it or.
Sure. How far into your treatment, I should say, did you guys stop and do the heart monitor?
I would estimate that the monitor probably was on within 2 minutes of making patient contact.
Okay. And how long does that take?
To do what? To put it on?
Well, yeah, to put it on, get a reading, and decide what you're going to do next.
It could take, you got to turn it on, open up a compartment to get the pads out of that compartment. You've got to open that packaging to be able to apply it to the patient's chest area. If the chest is wet, which there's some blood, you need to dry that so it's going to adhere more properly, read more properly. So you could be looking at 30 seconds to a minute possibly of working through that.
Okay. And did you have to do that in this case, is remove blood to stick them on?
I would assume so, but I was doing chest compressions, so that would have been one of the other two firefighters kind of working through that.
Okay. So I understand correctly, you said when you rolled him over, did you cut the shirt in the back also to see the exit wounds? Is that?
No, we only had to cut the shirt one time. That was when he was still laying on his back. You cut it down the side and that opens it up to where then you can remove it from the body, pull it off.
So you did pull it off completely at some point?
More than likely, I would say yes. That's typically what we would do.
Okay. But you don't remember if you did that in this case?
I know that I didn't do that because I was doing chest compressions, so I would assume one of my colleagues did that completely. That's typically what we do.
Okay. And so you're back to doing the compressions for the third time, and then you stopped that at some point. Was there another procedure after that?
No, at that point in time is when we would have called the patient.
And who announces that?
Ultimately, I remember our captain, since he's in charge of the crew, would be considered the lead medic. He has the most experience. He's also charting the call, kind of running it, kind of made that final decision.
And that would be Captain Keller? I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then he did call it at, do you know what time?
It would have, I don't have it memorized, no. It would have been like in the charting that he was doing.
And who documents that?
He would have
He
documented
would have
that.
done it? Okay. In preparation for your testimony here today, did you review the 911 call at all?
No, not in preparation for today. Not the actual audio, no.
No.
No, not today, not for this.
What did you review for today?
I was able to look at the incident times were dispatched by Phoenix Fire Department. I was able to look at the paper documentation. I was able to see my testimony from Idaho. I was able to see my testimony with Chandler PD when they came to the fire station a couple of weeks after this incident.
And what paper documentation did you actually take a look at?
It would have been the chart that Captain Keller documented.
And what does that chart consist of?
There would be scene times, date, time, address, patient information, name, address, maybe medical history, things that we, a narrative of what we discovered, what we've done, treatments that we've done, the heart rhythm from the monitor gets attached to it.
So that would all be in Captain Keller's report?
Correct.
And you did take a look at that in preparation for today?
Yes.
And did you write a report regarding this incident?
No.
You don't have to document anything?
Just one person documents the call.
So for all of the people that were there from fire?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the total report, is you just give your input to him and he puts it into the report?
Correct.
And that's the same for the other two firefighters that were along with you?
That's correct.
Okay. So they don't have their own individual reports as well?
No.
Okay. And what time were you dismissed from the scene?
We probably only remained an additional 5 to 10 minutes. The chart would have that time. I don't necessarily have it by memory.
So how long were you at the scene total?
If I had to estimate without looking at it, I would say approximately 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And then you were like the driver of the truck, right? Was that your responsibility? So you drove in and then did you drive out as well?
Correct.
Okay. So if you guys arrived around 8:41 or something like that, then you left around 25 minutes later? Would that be accurate?
I guess when I was giving that estimate of like the 2025, I was even including like our dispatch time from the time we're dispatched driving to the scene. So if you're wanting to know actual on scene time, it might be closer, instead of the 20 to 25, it might be more of a closer to 20 solid. Like
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that typical for a call?
It can vary depending on the calls.
Okay. So what other things did you do in that 20 minutes besides administer to the patient?
So I'm including in that time while we're staged around the corner, waiting for PD to arrive, then for PD to clear the scene, for us to drive to the scene. There's the time with the patient, and then there's going to be the cleanup afterwards. Removing our equipment, going outside. Maybe the equipment needs to be cleaned, restocked, ready for another call. So when we drive away, we're ready to respond to another emergency and then drive away.
Okay. So when you were done with the patient and you were going through that procedure of cleaning, were you in the house or did you exit the house?
We'll remove all of our stuff and we'll go outside, typically to the front bumper of the fire truck.
And then what do you do?
We have cleaning chemicals on the truck that we could get out to, clean our equipment up to reuse it. We've got cabinet with restock to be able to restock anything that might need to be. So we'll take care of those things to be ready to respond to another call.
Okay. And while you were out front, did you see Alex on the curb?
I did see somebody on the curb, or I don't remember if he was on the curb or standing, but I remember seeing somebody with an officer or officers. I don't recall how many people might have been together.
Okay. And did you converse with those officers at all during that time?
I don't believe so. I don't really remember conversing with any officers on scene. That would have been more Captain Keller, charting, documenting, kind of getting information from them. He would be able to answer that question.
Okay. So did you, was anybody in firefighting on your team, the four of you that were there, was anyone asked to take a look at Alex?
We were not.
Let's see. Have you spoken to the media about this case?
Can I object? Relevance?
What's the relevance?
What is the relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just to know how many times he's given testimony?
Your Honor, I'm
Right.
going
I'm gonna
to, maybe
sus-
we can
hold on.
sidebar.
Yeah, I don't want to. All right, let's go on a sidebar.
So here comes sidebar, and here comes the beeping machine. What you mean? Why? Pickles. Why to what? About the Easter Sunday, the Easter Monday. Sorry, that I was asking. Um. Oh wow. Okay. Monday May 26th, Memorial Day is the next day. Courts are closed. Wow, that is rather interesting to know. Um. I did not know. I was just asking because my work they do close on Easter Monday, Sunday, yes, Easter Sunday courts things are closed here, but they are partially open on Easter Monday. So I'm not gonna be able to do my night shift on Easter Monday, so I'm gonna be doing my normal shift. If we still in this case, this is, but we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I was just wondering if the courts were or not. So it was just a dumb question, just a question. I don't know. It's interesting that during this sidebar, we're not hearing the beeping machine. That machine that keeps us alive. The beep, beep. We're not listening to that, which kind of should, I think, because that's how whatever their system works. Oh, sorry, just got. This is not spoilers about our current case, but about Karen Reed. So Karen Reed, either her or his team, I don't know, says that in her understanding, opening statements will be next Tuesday, a week from today. Wow. That could be interesting. Karen Reed might actually start next week after all. That's gonna be two crazy cases going on at the same time. Well, there's always crazy cases going on at the same time, but uh I had a little sneak peek at the Linda trial. And I am not gonna say anything else because I was naughty. I just wanted to see if by any chance the JOA was accepted or not. So I don't speak English. I don't know what happened after that. I'm not gonna spoil it. Do not worry. Even though you guys can spoil it for yourselves, but then you cannot blame me that I spoiled it. So, but yeah. But yeah, so was interesting. She kind of opened the door about the Idaho thing. I don't know if it was ruled that they cannot talk about it during the trial, but she did ask a question about Idaho. So that the jury could question on that. What does it mean prepare for testifying for Idaho? Because they can ask questions, or the prosecutor can bring that in a way, even though Lori probably would object, but she opened the door. So I don't know. Does anyone knows that if it was ruled in any hearing or anything, that the Idaho cases, whatever happened in Idaho, cannot come in onto this trial? Does anyone know? So if you know, let me know. Hope if you know, let me know. This is a long sidebar. I am gonna count this obviously on paper because we don't have the counter today. We'll have it hopefully back tomorrow. Yeah, back tomorrow when Garden Bot doesn't still no. So they cannot bring Idaho into the court unless they open the door, or it's just a no because the prosecution did not well, if it this is good for the prosecution if it comes in, so I don't think they would object for the door has been open. She would, but she opened the door, and that's the thing of being representing yourself. We don't know 100% what you're doing, so you ask questions very easily that opens the door to things that might incriminate her even more. Cause yeah, I don't think he was supposed to come in, but if the door was open, now she didn't open it. The witness did. Well, yeah, but in a way, but the way that she asked the question, right, Denise, and this is my opinion, obviously, was that the question that she asked the witness, he did not had any other way. You know, she asked, did I think it was something about preparation, and he said, yes, I prepared for the trial like I prepared for the Idaho one. She could have objected there. She could have said something. Obviously, the prosecution is not going to object because it's going to help with the prosecution. So she should have objected and strike that if she did not want that in. But now she did. She did not do it. In my opinion, I don't know what I'm talking about. So, ooh, yay! You're gonna go. What kind of fruit? What kind of fruit? Pickles. I hope not kiwi. Because sorry, I'm allergic to kiwi, so I've learned how not to like kiwi. He doesn't seem very happy, but to be fair, who would be happy to be cross-examined by Lori Daybell? I wouldn't. I would literally be. I probably would be laughing and being a very hostile witness, because I would just laughing in her face. But I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, our expert. Oh yes, she just asked about reviewing the report. He said yes several times and mentioned Idaho. How she says she's so nervous she probably doesn't even realize it. Yes, I understood, but that's why you shouldn't be your own attorney. That's why there is attorneys that, well, it's not that she can afford, but they can be appointed to her that can help her on that. But you know. Oh, strawberries, pineapple, apples. Oh, I would have everything.
Okay, just a few more questions.
That sound.
Mr. Cowden, is it possible that if there was a wound to the chest, that doing compressions on that could cause other damage?
I suppose it's possible, but ultimately it doesn't matter. If the heart isn't beating, it's what you got to do. It's the appropriate treatment.
So would a common person who doesn't know how to do CPR maybe hesitate about pushing on a bullet wound?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
But you wouldn't.
Can you repeat the question?
You wouldn't hesitate to push on the bullet wound if the heart was stopped?
No, I wouldn't.
And you would have to assess if the heart was stopped in order to do that?
Yes, you would check a pulse like we did. We would, use our equipment like we did.
Okay. So the two wounds that you saw when you first got there, one was in the chest and one was where?
In the abdomen,
On the right side or the left side?
I would be speculating as to the specific spot or area without actually maybe seeing documentation.
Okay. And can you tell me about I think there's a word for it, but I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. The crunch.
When doing the chest compressions,
Correct.
I don't know if there was necessarily a certain word that I used, but you feel the sternum crack. I compare it to, like I said before, cracking your knuckles.
And how much pressure would you have to apply to get the crack?
That could vary, like depending on who you're doing CPR on.
Like on an adult male?
I mean, it could still vary depending on, the strength of the person doing CPR also. It could vary depending on the size of that adult male also. So I've never seen like any science that might say you got to deliver this much pounds of force or anything.
Right,
So,
like 400 pounds of pressure or something?
yeah,
I don't know.
Right.
Okay.
You're just
So
going to push
there isn't-
hard.
Hold on.
So-
Sorry.
Can't have you talk over one another. So he's finished his answer. Go ahead and answer your next question.
So there's no determined amount of pressure, correct?
Just hard and fast. When it comes to people doing CPR, for us, we're working as a team. We have equipment that can tell us if we're pushing hard enough. For a person without that equipment, just hard and fast.
Okay, that's fair. And then they don't always get the crack, right? It's not always going to happen.
If they're doing it forcefully enough, they would.
So if they didn't do it forcefully enough, it wouldn't.
That is possible, yes.
But then when you come in, the professionals, and you apply the correct amount of force, then you would hear the crack.
Yes,
And is that possible that that happened in this case?
it is possible.
Okay, no more questions.
All right, redirect.
Does 911 have to regularly instruct people on how to perform CPR?
I don't know if I can answer that since I don't, do that since I'm not 911.
Have you regularly heard while listening to the radio 911 instructing people on how to do CPR?
We have had PTI information when we're responding to a call that will tell us that they are either performing CPR or being instructed to.
So you've seen in the past that 911 is prepared to handle individuals who may not know how to perform CPR.
Yes,
And that's to help try to keep the patient's blood moving while you're en route.
correct.
You were asked a lot about trading off and other people doing compressions. At this scene with this patient, Charles Vallow, did you ever trade off and have someone else do the CPR compressions?
No,
You were the only one doing the CPR compressions.
yes.
Were you doing CPR while another paramedic or EMT was getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes,
So this timeline of however long it took them is in conjunction with you still performing CPR.
yes.
You talked about Charles's shirt being cut. If photographs from the scene show his shirt still around his neck, would that indicate that It wasn't removed from him.
After the cutting,
Yeah, so if police, let me ask you this. When you guys are done and he's called deceased, do you put his clothing back on or modify him in any way?
no, we would just take our equipment that's necessary to take.
So if his shirt was still around his neck, then that's how it would have been left.
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you should perform CPR on a person who has a gunshot wound. Is there any reason why a person with a gunshot wound would not need to have blood circulating through their body to bring oxygen versus some other type of injury?
No.
Is the whole point of CPR to make sure that blood is circulating to get oxygen to their brain
Yes.
so that they don't go brain dead?
Yes.
And you said that ultimately it wouldn't matter if you cause more injuries because if they're brain dead, who cares, right?
Correct.
In your assessment, did you feel that no one had performed CPR on Charles Vallow before you arrived?
I had felt that, and I do know in my testimony to Chandler PD, I had stated that, or it's probably in my testimony that it was not efficient or something to those lines. But I felt like no, it had not.
Okay, you felt like no, it had not been done.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, I see at least one juror question. We'll go on a sidebar. Please, if you're a juror and you have any additional questions, pass down your question to the basket.
And another sidebar. Today the physical count it's popping off. Yeah, I was looking at that pickles about the Jack in the Box thing. I was looking and it is all over the US, but not in the UK here. Yeah, exactly. I did check on the internet and they don't have in UK for sure. So Plum Awesome Pews, hello, good to see you. Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome in. Happy to see you. The hot mustard, like I think. Oh, he got dismissed. No questions. What is witness?
All right, so you're going to come on up here. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God.
All right, you're going to come up this ramp over here and have a seat to my left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kent Keller. I'm a recently retired captain with Chandler Fire Department.
When did you retire?
April of 2022.
And how long did you work with the Chandler Fire Department?
32 years.
While you were there in, let's talk about 2019, what were your duties? What was your rank?
My rank was captain. I was an engine captain, so a company officer. I was in charge of a 4-person crew. We basically respond for calls to service and the different functions of a.
Did those calls for service include medical calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any training in the area of, I guess, medical treatment yourself?
Yes, I'm a paramedic. I went to paramedic school in 1991.
And can you tell us, is there or was there ongoing type of continuing training to be a paramedic?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There is continuing education throughout the year. You have to have a certain number of hours in each subject, and as well as updates as far as pharmacology or different treatment modalities. So yes, there's constant change.
And the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
Well, an EMT is EMT-B, EMT basic. A paramedic is an EMT paramedic. So the biggest difference would be invasive treatments. So you're trained with more ability to provide care, cardiology and pharmacology.
When fire gets a call of a person who is shot, what is sort of the normal response? What does fire do when they are coming to a scene and they know a person has been shot?
Well, what they normally would do is you get the dispatch, you look on a map, you route yourself in, and then you would determine a safe place to stage while the scene is secured by PD.
Okay. And then how do you learn that the scene is secure?
In Chandler, anyway, we have interagency communication. So you're on the radio both with Phoenix Dispatch and Chandler PD, direct car to car or to Chandler PD Dispatch.
So you're actually then told by Chandler Police that it's secure and you can come in?
Yes, ma'am. They will give you a scene safe or code 4 and cop talk.
When you arrive on scene as the captain, what is your role when you get there?
My role is scene safety, primary scene safety. That's rule number 1 in everything that we do. And in other words, as I arrive on scene, I'm going to make sure with PD that there are no more threats for our crew and get direction to where we need to do treatment.
When you have this team of 4, how do you determine who does what?
Well, I mean, that's an individual crew training, and some crews might have specific jobs. Ours is more of a fill and flow. As you come to, I guess I should say, one person is charting, one person is going to be the paramedic in charge of the call. So he's running the call. His job is bigger picture. And then that'll leave 3 people for hands-on treatment until a 2-person rescue would arrive, an ambulance would arrive to help, if that were the case.
Does fire ever respond to a scene and then advise that a person is deceased?
Certainly.
And if fire responds, determines a person is deceased and this is potentially a crime scene, what does fire do at that point?
Well, fire then would pick up their gear and leave without disturbing that scene as much as possible. I mean, we have gear, we spread out our gear. When we get to a patient, you know, we have monitors and drug boxes and trauma treatment boxes. So as soon as it's determined that the patient is not viable, then you would pick up that gear and leave the scene. What you don't want to do is interfere with any investigation going forward.
And even when you are working on a person, are you trying to limit impacting the scene itself to the best of your ability?
Yes, our job would be to determine if treatment is necessary and then do that treatment regardless. But yes, what I should do, what the captain or whoever that paramedic should do that has the larger picture would be to try and minimize any disturbing of the scene.
But obviously, taking care of the patient is the primary focus, even if that causes the scene to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019 around 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks in Chandler?
Yes.
When you responded or first went to this scene, did you guys stage like we've discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And you advised that you're being provided information from two different sources?
Yes, our primary source is Phoenix Dispatch. But yes, you are able to monitor Chandler PD as well.
Is Phoenix Dispatch 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're getting what's coming in from 911. Are they relaying information to you?
Yes.
Are things like whether or not the patient is receiving CPR something that is very relevant to you?
Yes.
In this case, did you receive any information regarding that?
Yes. We were told that CPR instruction had been given and CPR was in progress.
Does 911, in your experience in over 30 years, are they able to provide instruction for lay people who may not know how to do 911 or not know how to do CPR compressions?
Yes, they are actually certified to do that. They train and are certified to give that instruction over the phone. So
even though it's only verbal, they've been trained to how to present that to a person over the phone.
Yes.
So you are advised that CPR instructions have been given and that CPR is that compressions are being given? Yes.
Been a little while, but yes, I believe that I was told. I do know that instruction. I do remember specifically hearing that CPR in progress. I believe I remember. I would have to, but definitely the CPR instructions had been given.
Does knowing that a person has been receiving CPR impact the way you view a patient when you enter a scene?
Yes.
How?
Well, because it would make the patient more viable. If adequate CPR were given prior to our arrival, then you would hope that good CPR was given and that oxygenated blood was being pushed around the body, which would mean that make the patient more viable at that point.
When you go to a scene where you believe CPR is given, such as this one, was that one of the things, I guess, that was part of your decision-making as you are assessing this patient?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about when you entered this residence, what do you recall?
When I entered the residence, I recall thinking that the house seemed empty, like it was either being moved into or moved out of. So there was no furniture or anything. We had a clear path to where the patient was. And I remember thinking that there's very little in this room other than the patient.
Did you notice at any point some items around the patient?
The only thing I remember being around the patient was a baseball bat and a ball cap.
And do you recall at this point where those items were in relation to him?
Yes, I believe the baseball bat would have been on the patient's right and the ball cap above him somewhere in the room. I think the baseball bat was against the wall on his right.
Do you recall ever seeing a bullet near the victim?
Once we started assessing, I did see a bullet, a spent round on the floor.
So that's sort of a little bit into you're in the
Yes, ma'am.
scene.
Yes.
Wasn't something you initially recognized?
No, no.
While you're in there, was there any officers in the room with you or inside the house?
There was at least one officer still clearing the house, I believe, or at least going through the house. I only recall for sure one officer being interior.
Can you describe for us how the patient, how Charles was laying when you first observed him?
Yes, ma'am. He was laying supine. He was laying on his back. As we entered, his head was towards us, so geographically, I think north. So that's how he was laying supine.
Do you recall anything about his arms or hands where they were?
I don't. To his sides, I don't recall, honestly.
Did you observe any injuries to Charles, this patient?
Yes, he had evidently a gunshot wound to his center chest. Hole in the shirt and a small amount of blood.
Did you recall or notice anything about where the blood was pooling from that shot to the chest?
At that time, I did not, because we have to expose the patient, and the so he's a big guy, so he had a small amount of blood above his sternum.
I'm showing you Exhibit 3 that's previously been admitted. Does that look like,
If it adjusts a little bit, but
Okay.
you can attempt.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
are you able to see that there?
Yes.
Kind of. Does this look like the patient that you were working on?
Yes.
And in this, do you see the blood pooling in Exhibit 3 there?
Yes.
Is that sort of what you were talking about?
Yes, here in, around the collarbone. So there's a divot here that
Would you describe this patient as a fit man?
he seemed to be, yes.
When you saw that pooling like that, did that stand out to you or seem at all impactful in your decision of whether or not CPR had been given prior to your arrival?
Yes,
Why is that?
because had adequate CPR been given there, I would have expected more blood possibly on there and perhaps a pool of blood under him. I didn't see any blood under him. I mean, when we first got there.
So when you guys first arrived, let's go back to sort of describing the scene. You said that you didn't notice any blood pooling under him.
I did not.
And is that something that you guys are cognizant of since you're going to have to get down and around him?
Yes, but we're more cognizant of it because it would indicate an exit wound. And obviously, the more blood there is, the more the heart was beating or CPR was being done.
So both the lack of spreading on him is one indication that kind of made you question if CPR had been given?
Yes, ma'am.
And the lack of pooling of blood underneath him was another sort of
Yes.
flag to you that maybe CPR had not been given.
And no one was doing CPR when we got there. Would have been the primary indicator to me. And I say that because if CPR were in progress by PD, if there were an officer there doing CPR, then they would have continued to do CPR until we relieved them.
If a person is shot and deceased, and you start giving them compressions, can you still push blood out of those wounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point when fire arrives and they are assessing a patient, do they, I'm going to put up Exhibit 4 here, do you need to try to remove any garments that might be around those potential gunshot wounds?
Yes, you would expose the patient.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't know for sure how many gunshots there are. You check for exit wounds. Some gunshot wounds, some entry wounds are minimal. You wouldn't see them. You know, you could go through a shirt and not see them. So you expose the patient.
Okay. I have Exhibit 4 up here from body cam from a officer that's previously been admitted. Do you recognize who these people are and where this is?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
It is.
So in this case, at some point, was Charles's shirt cut in any way to allow access to those gunshot wounds?
That would be the norm. Is at this point they would be cutting his shirt.
Do you recall from this scene how many gunshot wounds you observed to the front of Mr. Vallow?
I believe 2.
Now, when you guys first arrived on scene, do you check the pulse? Like, what do you do when you first get there?
Yes, you would check for pulses, carotid pulse, and obvious signs of life breathing, so chest rise and fall, as you are walking up to a patient.
So in this case, for Charles Vallow, did you guys find a pulse?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice him breathing?
No.
Do you do any other assessments before you start compressions?
No.
So if he's not breathing and you don't see that he has a pulse, why begin CPR? Why start compressions?
Because you don't know how long he has not been breathing or not had a pulse.
Okay.
He could have just stopped those things moments before we got there, which would make him a viable candidate, or a viable patient, rather.
And does, again, the fact that you believe CPR had been performed prior to you arriving also play into your decision to see if he's viable?
Yes.
As other officers are doing compressions, what are you doing there?
So I am charting. So I am, in this particular case, I was running the call. So I'm going down a checklist, gathering information, getting, listening to what they're telling me, and having them, I'm directing them throughout the call.
Okay. So at some point, are compressions stopped to assess the patient in other ways?
Yes, after a heart monitor is on.
Okay. And so are compressions able to be performed while someone else is getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes, compressions continue throughout until you stop compressions to check for pulses.
Okay. Do you ever want to check a patient who you see have gunshot wounds, such as Mr. Vallow here, to see if there's exit wounds?
Yes, ma'am, immediately. So they would have cut his shirt, taken his shirt off, rolled him, checked for exit wounds, and then rolled him back and continued compressions.
In this case, are you documenting your observations and others about what you observed when he was rolled?
Yes,
So when he's rolled, you're looking at his back?
back, right, from the back of the head to the back of the feet.
Okay, so he's completely rolled over so that you can see his back.
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Mr. Vallow's back that may have indicated he'd been there for significantly longer than you originally thought?
He did have lividity. So there was modeling, skin modeling and lividity. Once the shirt comes off, then you could see modeling on the skin and lividity had begun to form.
Can you tell us what modeling means?
Modeling is sort of a patchy looking skin caused from hypoxia or not enough oxygen getting to the skin. I mean, you can have mottled skin for different reasons, but in this case, it would be from his heart not beating.
Okay, and then you said lividity. What does
Yes,
that
ma'am.
mean?
So lividity is the pooling of blood, and that takes longer, much longer. So the blood will begin to leave the tissues and gravity drain to the lowest part of the body.
So when the blood isn't being circulated by either CPR or the heart, the blood just starts to pool there.
Yes,
And so you noticed that as well when he was rolled?
yes.
Did you notice any exit wounds?
I did notice at least one exit wound, yes.
After you looked at his back, do you recall, I guess, when in this process you checked his heart monitor, when that was done?
I do not. This all happens simultaneously. You asked what these different people are doing. They're doing all of those things simultaneously. So the patient is exposed, CPR has begun, and the evaluation, the rest of the evaluation is happening. So timeline, it's on the heart monitor, I'm sure, but a lot of it happens simultaneously. That answer the question? You asked that again? I'm
I
sorry.
believe so. Do you recall what the heart monitor results were?
Asystole, no electrical rhythm in the heart. Flat line for,
Do you ever look at a patient's pupils?
yes, ma'am, always.
What's that for?
Because if it's just a brain function. If you shine light on pupils, they react. When the brain stops to function, hypoxia sets in, the pupils will dilate and remain fixed, so they won't change. They're non-reactive to light.
What did you see with Mr. Vallow?
They were fixed and non-reactive.
So we heard about the pooling of the blood on Mr. Vallow when you first arrived. As CPR was being done, did you notice any blood being pushed out of his body?
A little bit more. Again, he is on his back. Exit wound was in his back, but yes, we increased the amount of blood under the patient by doing CPR.
When you first arrived, did you notice any active bleeding?
No, ma'am.
What's the relevance of no active bleeding?
No heartbeat.
Were you advised of Scott Cowden's information about when he started CPR, hearing the crunch, or feeling, I guess, the crunch of him performing CPR?
Was I advised of it?
Yeah, did he let you know that?
No, but that would be expected.
And is that expected if CPR hadn't been performed?
No, not adequately. Again, big guy, so that the sternum will, the cartilage holding the sternum to the ribs breaks, it gives way, so, and that actually makes CPR much easier.
In this case, you came in, he wasn't breathing, he was pulseless, his pupils were dilated, the heart monitor said there was no activity, correct? When you looked at his back, you noticed both mottling, which meant that the blood wasn't moving through his body?
Yes, and modeling was on the front as well.
Okay.
So as that blood pools, so it leaves the tissue, you know, that's gonna hasten the modeling part of it, so.
So you noticed that when the shirt was then cut,
Yes.
he was exposed?
Yes.
As well as when he was rolled?
Yes,
And then you also noticed on the back the lividity of the blood pooling there?
yes,
When you, I guess, obtained all of that information, did you end life-saving measures?
yes.
Who decides to end life-saving measures?
I do, as well as the rest of the crew. So Scott Cowden is also a paramedic, and he concurred. So then we call that in, and we cease life-saving function, or attempts rather.
When you cease life-saving measures at a scene where someone's been shot and is now deceased at the scene, do you leave sort of any attached medical devices with him?
Well, as little as possible. So what would have been left on him would have been defibrillator pads, probably EKG electrodes, and probably a CPR puck.
Now, when you arrived on scene or when you were exiting, did you ever notice any male outside that might have been with some police officers?
Oh, a person?
Yeah.
Yes. One person, one male.
And did you notice him when you arrived or when you left?
Well, when I arrived, my job in particular is to kind of get a larger overview of the scene. So I did notice a person talking with PD.
And when you observed this person, did you notice anything that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No,
So no obvious injuries to you?
no,
If you had been asked to treat him, would you have?
of course.
Did you see that same person outside when you left?
Yes.
And when you left, did you observe anything about him again that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
Did you ever see a female and a female teenager at the scene?
Yes.
Where did you see them?
They were across the street from the house we were at.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I see the adult, yes.
Can you point her out and let us know what she's wearing?
Dark blazer at the defendant's table. Dark clothes, I'm not sure what it is.
Okay. State will ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Good job.
Did you overhear her talking or saying anything?
I did overhear her talking with the police officers, or someone said something about not getting invited to pool party because of the commotion at the house or something, so.
Did you have any formal interaction with her?
No.
When you sort of completed and left this scene, looking back and assessing it based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow at the scene, would you agree that Charles Vallow was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training, your experience, what you observed and what was done to Mr. Vallow, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Captain Keller,
Yes.
you were first on the scene?
The police department was first, but yes, we were the first fire unit.
First fire on the scene. And can you explain to us what staging is exactly? I'm not really sure.
Sure. Staging, when there is some violent incident, the fire department, firefighters don't have protective equipment for that sort of a scene. So we will go to a place where close to whatever the dispatched address is, that we would be a place of safety, but close so that as soon as the scene is made safe by the police department, then we would enter into the scene.
So that would be like a couple houses away, or?
Could be a couple
Really?
houses, could be behind cover. In this case, it was gunshot was the call. So you want to make sure that you are a little ways away, you know,
Okay,
in case there was more gunshots.
right. So you parked somewhere on the street, but a couple houses down from the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then part of that staging is you stay there until you get the all clear?
Yes, until the police department says that it's safe to enter the scene.
Okay. And you were wearing body cam that day?
No, we don't wear body
Oh, you don't
cameras.
wear body cam? Okay. You were just that was a picture from you on the body cam?
On the. one
On
of the
someone
police
else's
officers,
body cam?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you use any instruments to obtain current body temperature? Do you
No.
guys have an instrument for that?
No.
No? Would that help you give a more approximate time of calling a time of death?
It wouldn't help me. I'm not trained to do that. So we don't have that. It's not within our scope of practice to determine that.
It's not part of paramedics training?
No.
Okay. You explained the modeling being patchy looking skin
Yes.
because of no oxygen to the skin. Is that correct?
Decreased, yes.
And so will that continue to increase? I don't really understand. Would you say modeling is complete or in progress? How does that work?
I would say in progress. As less and less tissue had oxygenation, I would say it continues to model.
So would you say it was in early progress or late progress? How would you estimate that?
I could not say early or late, just modeling.
That modeling was present
Yes, yes.
at that point. So how long would it take for modeling to become present? That's kind of my question.
I don't know how long.
So it could be like
Different for different people, I
People.
suppose.
so it could be a minute, 5 minutes?
He's already indicated.
Hold on. Rephrase the question. I'll allow it, but make sure you let him answer before you ask your next question.
Okay. So it could be just a few minutes, possibly?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. And then lividity, you explained as a pooling of blood. The blood leaves the tissues and goes to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you saw that as well?
yes.
And in your estimation, would that have happened soon? You know what oh, that's not a good question. In your estimation, that had begun?
Yes.
And was it advancing how far?
He had lividity on the back of his torso,
So does lividity,
backs of his arms.
does lividity start immediately after the heart stops? Is that what you were saying?
I suppose it does.
Okay. And if you were on any kind of medication, would that affect that as well?
I couldn't say.
And what time of death did you document? You were making the document, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time of death did you document?
I did not put time of death, but I put a time of treatment being ceased, and I don't recall what that time was. It's on that report.
And you had stated that you were listening to dispatch on the radio, is that correct?
Yes.
So were you listening to the actual 911 operator speaking?
No, whoever is calling, if you call on the phone to a 911 operator, they would give that information to a dispatcher who would then dispatch a call with the pertinent information.
Okay, so you were getting kind of updates as it went along?
No, you get the initial call, and then if it were pertinent for us, like the scene is secure, PD says the scene is secure, go in, then we would get that. PD would call dispatch, and dispatch would then call us.
Okay, so were you aware at all that they had asked him to come outside?
No,
Okay. You just saw that he was outside, but you didn't know that the 911 operator had told him to come outside, is that correct?
I did not know who he was or how he was involved in it when
Okay.
we arrived.
So on those dispatch updates, it wasn't saying like shooter is in-house or shooter is outside or anything like that? Okay, that wouldn't be,
Not to us.
That's what I'm saying.
That might be to the police department, but that's not something we would hear.
okay. In this case, Captain Keller, do you know for a fact that CPR had not been given?
I do not know for a fact.
And do you know for a fact that CPR had been given?
I know for a fact that we gave CPR.
Prior to your coming in?
No.
No further questions?
All right, redirect.
Which do you see first, modeling or lividity? When the heart stops and the blood is no longer pumping?
Modeling.
Okay.
I would expect to see modeling first.
And you told us, I think on direct, that lividity is something that you see much later.
Yes. I would expect that, yes.
Have you treated patients before within a few minutes of their heart stopping?
Yes.
Do you see lividity in those people?
No.
Do you see modeling in those people?
No. You see skin conditions change in those people, gray or cooling, moist, moisture, but not modeling or lividity.
So you're not here to tell us how long it takes for those to form, right?
I don't know.
All you can tell us is that it's something that you see in patients who are deceased
Yes,
and have been deceased long enough, whatever time period that is, for that to happen.
right. It is an indication of the patient no longer being a viable patient.
And that was one of the things that you noted and used in determining to end any life-saving measures?
Yes,
Now, is the only way to know if CPR has been given to be there with the person watching them?
no.
What else can tell you that CPR was given to a patient?
Well, PD on scene arriving would witness, the best way would be witness CPR.
That's the best way. Is there any other ways?
Well, yes. Again, you would have an indentation in the chest. The sternum would likely be have been cracked loose from the rib cage, and there would be, in the case of trauma, increased bleeding. You obviously you do CPR or CCR sometimes when there's not trauma, cardiac.
In this case, were other indicators the blood that was pooling only at the neck and not spread out further?
Yes,
The lack of pooling underneath the victim?
yes, and the mechanical action of doing compressions with a gunshot wound right there would have spread blood in that area as well. It wouldn't just have gone where gravity is.
So where you saw is where you saw the blood pooling was where gravity, a low spot.
That was my interpretation of it, yes.
And you did not observe spread blood across his chest.
No.
Would ongoing CPR movement of the blood through the body have also limited the modeling you may have seen?
Perhaps.
Ultimately, is it your opinion that it is unlikely that CPR was given to this patient prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any juror questions? I see at least one coming down. Please pass those down. Put on the white noise first.
Okay, so we are waiting on questions from the jury. So there is a poll going on right there. It's going to be a very brief poll, so we can decide on what to do during lunch hour. So there is options of watching just 1 hour and a half of the STEMA trial of the beginning of the afternoon. Considering that tomorrow we're going to have to re-watch that 1 hour and a half because otherwise it's not going to be complete, or the LNC break thing that they do, or the Core TV version of what they're doing. So whatever gains the most percentage will be doing. Yeah. So we're gonna do polls now more often. It's easier now more often than to get opinions. So yeah. So definitely learned from you, Sherry. I absolutely did. I do like polls, and polls are getting now very, very more often used because which is awesome. It's a great problem to have more people in chat. Um, Okay, that's fine, Paul. Lois, sorry. I was gonna call you Paula. Oh my days. My brain is like, I just want to sleep. It just wants a nap. Which I'm gonna be taking on lunch break. But yeah, so just whatever wins, it's well we do. So what time it is right now, Emily? It's 20 to 9 p.m. right now. So it's 8:36 p.m. at the moment. And I've been working night shift to be able to go for this trial. So when this trial ends, it's going to be about 1 o'clock in the morning for me. And I start work about 2 a.m. And until 8 o'clock in the morning. And then I sleep during the day and then wake up. We do a bit of the stomach trial, and then we jump on Lori now. So yeah. Oh, I know, Paula. Same. I wish I didn't have to work, and just do YouTube all the time and not being so tired, and I could be more engaging and everything and doing more things with you. Absolutely. Um, but um, yeah, I think you guys are twins, definitely. Yeah, it's very hard to tell apart from the blue colors. Yeah, well, I'm very glad that you are here too, but I do really love doing this. I got the bug from, RA and seeing a lot of other creators, and I was like, why not trying to do the same thing? But I am, and I really like, and I'm a perfectionist as well, and the guys can tell you that I am indeed a perfectionist probably the most boring detail ever, and I'm very if something doesn't go wrong, I apologize a lot. I say a lot, sorry. I think we have a virtual jar that, because I say sorry too many times. But it's just I really, really do enjoy doing this. It is a lot of fun. It is hard, believe me. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. There are days that I don't really want to do it, but it is hard because I'm tired. It's long hours after like already having to work. It is long hours on top of that, but I do enjoy it. So when I do get on, I forget about the tiredness, and I really enjoy having communicating with you guys and getting to know new people and everything. And I don't know if you noticed, I like to talk. So, oh, William is saying hello to Emily, to you, Emily. So I don't know if you noticed, but I do really like to talk. Oh, hang on, I need to write that sidebar down. So that is something that I really like to do. I don't know if you noticed, but oh, I really appreciate that, William. Really, really awesome to hear that. And I honestly, when I started doing this, I never thought no one was gonna like come and do and be here. Um, Obviously in the beginning there wasn't, but it's the thing. You have to start from somewhere, and now we have a fun group indeed. Definitely to hang out with, and I am glad that I did not shy away. And I pressed the button of going live, um, and start doing this. But it was a process of it. Definitely, I was so scared in the beginning. I remember of turning on the camera. I was like, "Yeah, no, I don't want to do it." But then I just got more comfortable, and yeah, now I have it on. There is times that when I'm not doing so hot, and when I'm tired, looking like a zombie like I was earlier, definitely won't turn on the camera. But yeah, we still mm, here and do it and hanging out and think makes things better. So yeah. Oh, I can talk about anything and then everything. Oh, there you go. Questions.
All right, we have some juror questions for you. Was there any attempt to gain venous access to administer medications to aid the heart and functioning, i.e. ephedrine? If no, why not?
It's not indicated for trauma. It doesn't, if there's no blood to pump or the heart has stopped pumping, increasing how fast the heart pumps with ephedrine would do nothing. So in trauma, it is not indicated.
Was ACLS protocol followed?
Yes.
Was there a physician patched in?
No, there's no patch required for cessation of treatment. It is part of our ability and part of our training to determine non-viability.
Are fire department personnel allowed to call a patient's death?
Yes. However, time of death is a different thing if that's what you're asking. In other words, we are allowed to stop attempting to do life-saving treatment if it's merely a recovery. So does that answer?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have if the defense, first of all, let me check. Are there any other juror questions for this witness? I don't see any. The defense can follow up based on those questions if you want.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, how about the state?
Just a couple. Sir, when would you use a veteran?
Well, if you had just asystole, but it was a cardiac-based code. If the heart had stopped due to some disease state, electric shock, for instance, you would use epi. Are you saying epinephrine
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
you're saying, right?
When you're looking at whether or not to push drugs to try to get the heart to restart, you're looking at the type of trauma that caused the heart to stop.
And how long it's been since the heart stopped.
So in a place where you said there is trauma, meaning like a gunshot wound,
Like a hole in the vessel, yes.
so that is treated differently than if someone has a heart attack and
Yes. Yes.
you were asked about.
These are all algorithms, protocols that are given for us to operate on scenes under medical control to whoever asked about the patch.
What is then the ACLS protocol?
Advanced cardiac life support. And it's just, again, it's a flow chart. Are there obvious signs of death? Yes. Stop CPR.
So here, you followed that protocol and stopped CPR.
Yes, ma'am. CCR technically, but yes.
You were asked about contacting a physician, a patch or something for a cessation of treatment.
Right.
Are there times where you do patch in with a physician?
Sure. You would patch en route, not for a code. You would patch en route and give a doctor, or actually it would be a nurse answering the phone, but you would let them know what you have and what treatment you have given and what treatment you are going to give en route to their facility to continue care. We are primarily to stabilize and turn over the patient, making it more viable for a rescue.
So when you terminate treatment because a patient is not viable, you cannot revive them, you don't need to talk to a doctor about that.
No, you need to call in that you did it. So there would have been a patch after that, but you don't have to call in to cease treatment.
So you don't need a blessing by a doctor to stop life-saving treatment.
Well, no, we have the blessing through our certifications and through our training. So we are operating under a doctor's license at any time we are operating. So that doctor or this group of doctors usually understands our training level and agrees to trains us to make that decision, yes.
And so ultimately, as a paramedic, you have the authority to use that protocol to determine when you are no longer able to revive or
Yes.
save the life of a patient.
Cease life-saving functions, yes.
And that's what you did here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, you can step down. We're going to take our lunch recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We will resume at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
Yes, so lunch break until 1:30 p.m. local time. With half an hour delay, it's gonna be at 5 p.m. Eastern. So, um, oh, it's what you're gonna do with the fan bam tonight. Ooh, that sounds nice. What's Dixie's? It's that the restaurant? Am I going? Are we all invited too? Can we come? I want to come. I don't know what the Dixie's is, but
When I read it, it was that the state disclosed what it had available to it at the time, and advancements in technology may change what was able to be extracted, but that's different than the state withholding information.
That was the state's reading of the affidavit. I think the other concern comes from the fact that back on March 18th, when the state was filing motions to preclude Lonnie Dworkin, the court had a discussion with the defendant about this, about whether or not she wanted to waive time to have time for her expert to do this. And at that time, the court asked her if there was any one device that she wanted to review, which was, from the defendant's own mouth, Charles Vallow's phone. So now we have a motion that was filed, mind you, 7 days after they received the affidavit from their expert. So they held off on disclosing that while we weren't in trial, and then in the middle of trial, filed it, asking for information on numerous other devices that are in various other police agencies' possession. So although I think ultimately, I mean, the big issue is clearly the state would object to any motion to dismiss. There is no exculpatory evidence. There's no even discussion of exculpatory evidence in Mr. Dworkin's statement or their very minimally fact-invasive motion, let alone any prosecutorial misconduct. But I think we're back to the issue of Mr. Dworkin and what he's going to be permitted to bring in or talk about at this point in this trial.
All right, did you want to argue that motion right now?
Not right now.
Well, when do you want to argue it?
Well, the main problem, do you want me to argue it right now?
I'm not asking you to, but I indicated when I read your motion that it does appear not to be any discovery violation, but that the state turned over the evidence that it had at the time, and advances in that software that maybe make more information available upon an extraction than was available when they did the extraction isn't a discovery violation. I'm looking at this as more of a discovery request for additional information, which at this point in the game, I'll allow you to do your discovery requests, but I don't know that any information that's discovered between now and the end of trial would be coming in because it's so late.
In reading that affidavit, I would agree with you that that was my initial thought as well. But the problem is that the problem that we have here is that that software was available and those things were available and they were not handed over from the state. They were never handed over from the state, and they've had that information for years. So that's why we filed that motion, is because of our expert was able to download the one device that we got, that he was able to see that the complete downloads were never given, that these are reports of downloads when we know that the state had available the entire complete extraction in the first place. They just didn't give us the entire extraction. They gave us the reports of the extractions, the ones that they wanted us to have. So those were available according to the technology. They just didn't give them to us on all of the devices. But we only have proof of it on one device because that's the only device that we were able to do in a timely manner.
All right. I want to clarify a little bit. They gave you the full extraction that was available to them at the time.
No, they pulled a report from the full extraction and gave us that. That's what they gave us.
State want to respond?
Your Honor, when you extract data from a device like a cell phone, it is put into a formula where it is not readable by anyone, which is why then you use the Cellbrite technology to basically parse that data into areas that we can read and view and review. So
Is that what was given to the
that is
defense?
what was given to the defense, was the 2019 or 2020 version of the Celebrite technology that was used to take that extraction and put it into a readable form so that you can look at, for instance, not having to search through all this data to try to find out a text message. All of them are put together with dates and times and people and locations.
Your Honor, I would request that we can have a hearing on this so that I can bring in Lonnie Dworkin and he can explain that what they did not give us.
Well, just reading his affidavit is what they gave you is what they had available to them at the time. There's no affirmative duty for them to, every time a new software version comes out that makes maybe more data available, to rerun all the information.
We're not claiming that it is. We're claiming that they had a full extraction and they gave us a report of that full extraction instead of the full extraction on all the devices. It's not what only was available to them. They did have that available, they just didn't give it to us. It's cherry picking. It's
Okay.
cherry picking is what we got.
I don't read your own expert's affidavit the same way you're reading it, but,
That's why I'd like him to be able to come in and explain it. Can we set that up?
well, we can set that up at some point, but again, this is all late and it's unlikely that anything that's happening would lead to him being allowed to testify, but maybe we'll do that this Friday or something. I don't know. We'll have to squeeze it in, but I'm not going to make the jury wait to do that.
Okay.
We'll be at recess until 1:30.
Oh, snappy need. Lori is not happy. She's like, cherry picking, cherry picking. Oh, wow. That's not too bad, though, Sherry. Lasts at least 2 months. That's, yeah, not. Ow. Not too bad. Sorry, the guy started talking in my ear. So I'm swapping up to the Lindström, the Lindström case. We left off was at break time, so we can skip all of that. If someone wants to have a job, because I'm gonna try to take a nap a little bit while we listen to Lindström, right? I'm gonna take a little bit. Oh yeah, Lois, she's always there complaining, and I want a hearing, I want this, I want that, I'm a fake liar. Sorry, she gets to me. If someone wants just to take a note where we're gonna be about, because I'm gonna take a very quick nap during this lunch break while we were watching Linda. Oh, that was a very nice frame. So I can just have a very quick nap because I am just a bit tired. So I do love Costco coffee too. So I love everything Costco does. So fake liar. So I'm just gonna have a nap. I'm gonna play this case for the next hour and a half, and then we'll pick it up tomorrow again after lunch. In the morning before Lori. Oh my gosh, I can't even speak anymore. I'm gonna take a nap. I'll be back very, very soon. You guys enjoy Linda for me, and see you soon.
She'll be back at 1:45 when the jury comes in. This is just DV motion. She had to step out for 6 seconds.
We're back on the record in the case of People versus Linda Sturmer. It's my understanding that the prosecution intends to rest at this point when the jury comes in,
Yes, Your Honor, people have no further witnesses, and we will rest.
and the defense has a motion for directed verdict. Any objection to my hearing that before the prosecution officially rests in front of the jury?
No,
No? Okay. So arguments, counsel?
You ready?
Yep,
Yes, you are.
you want a podium?
wherever you want,
I
it's
was told it's
fine.
not a podium. I forgot what they called it.
The thing that you move,
Lectern,
the
a
thing that you move
lectern.
around? Yeah.
Yes. The thing you stand behind.
Yes, Your Honor. given the fact that we're here in a felony murder arson, the common law arson is a general intent crime. The enduring common law definition of mental element of an arson is that the burning be done maliciously and voluntarily. A malicious burning occurs when the defendant either intentionally or wantonly burns property without justification or excuse. Wanton arson required an intentional act which created a very high risk of burning a dwelling house, which risk was known by the actor and disregarded when the actor performed the risk-taking act. In this case, according to the required mental state of arson, being either an intent to burn the dwelling house of another, in which there has been absolutely no evidence that has been presented, either circumstantial and at most speculation, that Ms. Linda Sturmer did any act that caused the burning the dwelling of their home. They have presented evidence of witnesses, even to the appointment of an expert, and the expert has not provided this court or the jury any evidence based upon his forensic analysis, his inspection of this case, to show that Linda Sturmer was the causation of the house that burned their home, their dwelling. Furthermore, they have not been able to establish what did cause the house to burn. And to establish that the defendant acted willingly and maliciously and voluntarily, the prosecution has a duty and must prove one of the following: that the defendant intended to do the physical act constituting the act of arson, such as starting a fire, which they have never provided any evidence to this court or to the jury that Linda Sturmer started a fire at their home, or doing any act that results in the starting of a fire. No evidence in reference to her starting, committing any act that resulted in a fire, or that the defendant, Ms. Linda Sturmer, intentionally committed an act that created a very high risk of burning the house down. And therefore, without first establishing how did the fire start, what acts was engaged in order to connect the nexus to create a fire, and what was used to cause the fire. There has been no evidence in reference to the experts. At the most, they have stated that there was evaporated fumes on the pants of the deceased. They have not provided any evidence that established that there was any gasoline in the home, that when they did the excavation, they did no testing to determine whether or not there was gasoline any place on any part of the inside of the house. None whatsoever. And so this case has come to a point where a fire occurred, and the multitude of individuals who was charged with trying to determine how did the fire start have not brought before this court, based upon all the scientific evidence that's been available, that has been to some degree perfected over the years, that none of that evidence has been presented to this court to show not even how did the house and the fire started, and what caused the movement of the fire at that home that ultimately destroyed it. And the only thing that they have been able to emphasize, and they haven't really argued that a lot, but they tried to emphasize through the back door that through the insurance experts, that one person died as a result of the fire and one person survived. And under no degree of research can you show that in law, not speculation, in law, that there is any rule that states if one person survives an unfortunate incident and another person don't, then the person that survived must be the cause of the other person's demise. And Judge, taking what the actual law is, not what speculation is, not what circumstances are, not what looks like, and not what associations are. We're only here for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is to determine what was the cause of the fire and who caused the fire. And if you take the fact that they can say that some petroleum or some element of any degree, whether it's electrical, whether it's the fireplace, whether it's the unfinished home, whether it was an act of God, which that hasn't been brought up. But the other factors are that clearly when you go out to investigate a fire, there are a multitude of different causes that could create a fire and cause an unfortunate tragedy such as this. And all they have done is presented and has brought in here is a bunch of speculation that has not been connected to the elements that's required under the state of Michigan and also under the state of every other state in the United States. And so with that, Judge, I ask this court to look at the law in this case and the burden that's on the prosecution. And I know given in the most light favorable for the prosecution, I understand that rule. But Your Honor, there has not been, from the testimony of every person that they have brought in here, no one has said that Linda Sturmer created the environment, created the act, and ultimately caused the final death of Mr. Sturmer. That has never been evidence that's been presented to this court. And so we would ask this court take the law as it's stated clearly, and that for everything that's been presented here as far as this evidence, that none of it has connected Ms. Sturmer as the person that caused the fire, caused what they have alleged as an arson, and ultimately the demise of Mr. Sturmer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ivy?
So counsel said these are based on allegations of only 2 individuals in the home and 1 survived. Your Honor, there has been testimony of several other things other than that. We've had an expert, someone declared by this court as an expert in fire investigations, that went through and found the area of origin. He went through this process. He described the scientific method. He talked about the several different hypotheses and why they were not then consistent with what they were finding with the physical evidence. He looked and ruled out the electrical. He looked and ruled out the mechanical. He looked and ruled out the chimney. This court saw the pictures of the timbers above the chimney. This court saw the walls in place, which were a part of his reasoning for the electrical. This court heard what he stated was the area of origin and why that would not be consistent with the mechanical room, which is where the furnace. This court heard all that testimony. This court also heard that it was an intentionally set fire based on his expert opinion. Some of those things were directly because the defendant herself describes an accelerant trail. The defendant herself described where she saw the fire when she came up, which then matched his area of origin. The defendant went and bought gas that morning, Your Honor. We've had testimony that she purchased it and you had gas, and that Cynthia DeLoach saw the hose going into the back hatch of the Blazer. That was not where the gas tank was. Then we have the gasoline tested and found on the victim's underwear, his left sock, his right sock, and his sweatpants. You've also heard then testimony, Your Honor, of how the defendant sent the boys away that day, woke them up. Two of the boys stated they didn't want to go. She sent them away. Those all then are circumstantial evidence that this court can consider for the act of arson, and that the defendant herself is the one that set the fire, planned for the fire, intended to burn the residence down, in which the residence was burnt down. I didn't hear counsel address the premeditated murder, but I'd like to address that as well. There are many, many acts that show premeditation, some of which I've already talked about. The gas on the sweatpants, the buying of the gas in the morning, sending the boys away. Those are all for this court to consider in terms of premeditation. But additionally, I'd like this court to also consider the additional premeditation, that when the arson is foiled and that when the victim races out of the home on fire, screaming, trying to rip his clothing off, Your Honor, I also want this court to consider the premeditation of getting into the van, describing, saying she sees him in the side yard, and the neighbors then seeing her in the driveway. And as soon as she sees these neighbors that she's so intent on trying to get help from, that as soon as they're coming down the driveway, she makes an immediate turn into the side yard and goes to the backyard. And it just so happens that right where she runs her tracks is right where the victim's located. Pool of blood on the ground. There's premeditation to get into that van after she says that she sees him in the yard. There's premeditation to drive to the side yard and all the way into the backyard on a rainy, muddy January day with no reason to go in the backyard. But then again, Your Honor, I want you to also consider the additional premeditation. He survives the fire. He survives getting out of the house. And then what does she do? All of the neighbors account that she threw her body on top of a burned human being. So badly burned, she herself describes him as pink melt, laboring to breathe, struggling to breathe. And what does she do? She throws her body on him to help him breathe. The court has heard testimony of that. The court has transcripts of that. She had to be pulled up twice, Your Honor. I asked this court to not only but deny the directed verdict on all of these counts with the evidence that's been presented. We think that there's more than enough evidence to show that Linda Sturmer thought about this fire, intentionally set this fire, and as well as trying to then catch Todd in that fire and kill him, and then even more premeditation then of trying to kill him even after those plans did not go the way she had expected. We find that in the light most favorable to the prosecution, that all the evidence has been presented for this court then to allow the jury to make the decision, and we ask the motion to be denied.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Keller?
Can I just shut reply?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, that would be fine if we were in Magic Land. this is not about magic. This is about what was the actual findings and who did what. There has not been any evidence that's been brought before this court that showed that Linda Sturmer put her hands in any motion that created a arson, that created a fire, that put somebody else's life in danger. Her life, his life. There was no evidence that stated and showed from the testimony that whatever the experts say that his hypothesis, he never said that the only thing that we have left is Linda Sturmer caused the fire by doing X, Y, Z. That's not the evidence. And so this whole issue about why she reacted the way she did for trying to lay on top of her husband, that's not the cause of the fire. The cause of the fire has to be based upon an act, and they have never showed any evidence that she acted in a way that caused the fire. To say that someone purchased some gasoline is almost like saying that everybody that goes to a gasoline station and happen to go home with an unfortunate issue in reference to a fire, then they are an arsonist because they purchased some gasoline. And that issue itself has been suspect in reference to prior testimony that the individuals say that she saw her at a service station, making some purchases of some items and putting some gasoline in her car. And Judge, I still say that there is nothing, even if you stretched it to imagination, that establishes a connection and a nexus between Linda Sturmer and the cause of the fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense brings this motion for directed verdict under Rule 6.419, which states that after the prosecution has rested its case in chief or the close of all the evidence, the court on defendant's motion must direct a verdict of acquittal on any charged offense for which the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction. I must state my reasons for my decision on the record. I am to grant a motion only if, after considering all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution, I conclude that no rational trier of fact could find that the essential elements of the crimes charged were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, I can reach no such conclusion, and the prosecution's case in chief survives the motion for directed verdict brought by the defense. A reasonable jury may conclude that although circumstantial, the evidence is powerful. For each count, the prosecution must demonstrate that Ms. Sturmer caused the death of Todd Joseph Sturmer. For count one, the prosecution must also show that she intended to do so. Although count two offers 3 states of mind, I'll just address the intent to kill, as that's the standard for count one and the highest burden for the prosecution. On count one, then, the prosecutor must prove that the killing was premeditated, in other words, thought out beforehand, and that it was deliberate, meaning she considered the pros and cons of the killing and thought about and chose her actions before she did it. On the second count, the prosecution does not have to prove premeditation and deliberation, but instead must prove that when Ms. Sturmer did the act that caused the death of Todd Sturmer, that she was committing the crime of arson. For arson, the prosecution must prove that defendant burned a building, that the building was a dwelling house, and that she intended to burn the dwelling or its contents, or intentionally committed an act that created a very high risk of burning the dwelling or contents, and that while committing the act, she knew of that risk and disregarded it. I'm going off of my notes from trial, so I may not be bringing up everything, but the prosecution has presented evidence that defendant was married to Todd Sturmer and living in the home with him and their children. She was having an affair and lying to cover it up, even recruiting others to help her. The night before the fire, she and Todd had what has been described as their worst fight, apparently over money issues and infidelities. The morning of the fire, she directed all of her sons to leave the house. She gave them money and advised that they go to the mall, to lunch, to a movie, activities that would keep them out of the house for a while and arguably safe from a fire. This was the day she and Todd were to talk or argue about the details of the divorce, according to Ms. Sturmer. In what has been described by witnesses, the sons in particular, as highly unusual and not part of the family's habit and routine, she did not allow the sons to communicate with their father, whose testimony it's demonstrated by testimony that he was sleeping in a chair or on a couch in the living room. These actions, it could be believed, demonstrate not only intent, but planning, deliberation, and premeditation. After the boys left, the evidence demonstrates that Todd had gasoline on the clothing he still had on, and the house was ablaze with fire. The evidence, mostly from Ms. Sturmer's own statements, is that Ms. Sturmer, rather than tend to her husband on fire, took the van to attempt to leave the scene and get help. There's been testimony that she had 2 cell phones at the time. In the process of doing that, she ran over her husband as he ran outside in flames. Blood on the van demonstrates this, and it's uncontested that she ran her husband over with the van. Ms. Sturmer's statements were that it was an accident, but a rational juror could find that to be non-credible and instead believe that after causing a fire, she ran him over. There's testimony, too, as noted by the prosecution, that she was covering him. Could be a loving wife trying to save her husband, or a wife trying to make sure her act of arson ultimately caused his death. There's evidence presented that he died of smoke inhalation. Several witnesses testified to Ms. Sturmer's various versions of events, which could bolster the prosecution's theories on count 1 and 2. There's testimony from a boyfriend confirming that she had an affair, which could pose a possible motive for her actions. Friends testified that after the fire, she was looking for a cup out of a dishwasher, presumably because it contained some type of evidence of a crime, such as a tranquilizer. A witness testified to photos of the sons in a shed, not necessarily known for housing such things. One could infer she wanted to save those from the fire. A gas station attendant said she was getting gas that morning and putting it in the back of her car, which it would imply it was being put into a gas can. A gas container was found out in the front of their yard. A Dardita Gordon testimony was read into the record, which basically supports the prosecution's theories of the case. For all those reasons noted, I do find that there was sufficient support for the prosecution to survive this motion, so it will be denied. Counsel, anything else before I bring in the jury?
I have nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Kelly or Mr. Mueller? Okay. Bring in the jury. Welcome back, jury. Ms. Siderbean?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people have no further witnesses and we rest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The people have rested. Mr. Mueller, did you care to call any witnesses in this case?
Yes, we do, Your Honor. I'm going to have Len McHugh come to the witness stand.
Okay,
And if we can go get him real quick.
okay.
One second.
Sir, you can come on up here. If you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat. And once you're settled in, we'll have you give us your full name and spell your last, please. Okay, yep.
I'm Len McHugh, last name MC, capital H-U-G-H.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell us, back in January of '07, what were you doing for a living?
Insurance adjuster, independent insurance adjuster.
What does that involve?
I'm licensed through the state of Michigan, and I get hired by various insurance carriers to do claims for them.
Do you have a specialty in terms of claims?
I'm licensed for property and liability, casualty, and work comp, but I do mostly property.
Back in January of 2007, were you doing property in connection with this fire at the Sturmer residence?
Yes, I was.
Can you explain to us, first of all, how did you get notice there's a fire and then you're going to do some adjusting?
So how we got notified of it, Farm Bureau Insurance had hired our company to start the fire assignment. It was supposed to be basically a limited assignment because the large loss adjuster for Farm Bureau was going to eventually take it over, and he didn't. So they assigned it to our company, and then I was the adjuster that was assigned by J&S Claim Service, my employer at the time.
If the fire was January 7, 2007, about what day did you first actively get involved?
I think it was January 9th is when we received it.
Did you make contact with Linda Sturmer?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
To set up a time to go out and take photographs and start the claim process.
Tell us, if you would, the claim process. What are you doing when you're talking about going and taking photographs?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go there and determine the cost to rebuild the house, and we usually do the personal property as well. And I go out and I interview the person that I go to and take a recorded statement. Usually get a consent form from them.
That would be the owner of the house?
Yes.
You call that the insured?
Yes, we call them the insured.
Okay. So in this particular case, you're representing the homeowner's insurance, right?
Correct.
You contact Linda Sturmer?
Yes.
Did she ask you anything about why you're contacting her?
Yes, she did.
What did she ask you?
She said that she was wondering why I was calling her because
Object right now, just this is hearsay, the way it's framed.
A question.
I don't know if a question
not-
is a statement or an assertion,
It is not.
so I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
If it's a statement from Linda Sturmer, Your Honor, it's hearsay.
Thank you.
Can it be proven true or false? How can a question be offered for the truth of the matter? So, anyway, I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Sir?
Okay, go
What
ahead.
question did Linda ask you?
she asked me why I was contacting her.
And what'd you tell her?
I said because the insurance claim was turned in for her fire.
What did she ask you about her knowledge of whether she even had property insurance?
She,
I guess I'm just gonna object. These are Linda Sturmer's statements. They're being offered for the truth of the matter. They're out-of-court statements. He's not a party opponent. They're hearsay.
And by definition, Your Honor, MRE 801 says a question is not hearsay. It can't be proven true or false. Thank you. Go ahead.
she wanted to know why I was contacting her because she thought she didn't have insurance.
She didn't even think she had property insurance.
Correct?
All right. So you ultimately do interview her
I do.
on the 9th,
On the 10th?
on the 10th? And on the 10th, you also went and inspected the house, the property?
Yes.
You're a personal property, is that called personal property?
Property adjuster.
Okay, all the contents, TV, sofas, whatever, clothing?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm going to show you defendant's proposed exhibit N as in Nancy, and ask for you to look at that and tell us if you know what that is.
Yes, those are my photographs.
it's got 14 pages. And if you look at page 1 through 9, what date would those pictures have been taken?
January 10th, 2007.
Same day you interviewed Ms. Sturmer?
Yes.
And then you came back, if I look at the last 5 pages,
Yes.
what day did you come back?
January 15th, 2007.
Okay. What's the purpose of taking pictures like this?
Is to document the file. We take pictures all the way around the exterior and then interior pictures.
Okay. You took all the pictures.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit N.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. What I want to do is have you just kind of describe your process and the photos as we go through them. Is that okay?
Sure.
Page number 1, what I'm going to do is I'll just go through, kind of call out the upper right corner, and you tell us what that is, and then we'll go through the picture, okay?
Okay.
What is January 10, you're the adjuster,
Yes.
and this is what? East?
What's, oh, the first picture?
Yes.
Yes, east, correct.
Okay. And before we do that, I'm going to blow this up a little bit. Just so you have your bearings. In case your direction challenged. Does that look, is that your drawing you obtained?
Yes.
Where'd
I
you
did that.
obtain, you didn't obviously draw that by, on a CAD
That's-
machine or something?
That's a blueprint from when the proposal was set up for the building official to authorize a permit for the house to be built.
Where'd you get the drawings?
From the building official.
Nobody prevented you from doing that? You just go down there and get a copy of drawings?
I got a copy of, I don't remember how I got I got them from there.
Okay. Can everybody see over this? I'll drop it down a little. I'll just I'll do this. And as you can see, west is facing the back of the house,
Correct.
front of the house down here, east,
Yes.
and obviously north to the right.
Yes.
When we talk about directions.
Mhm.
Okay. So this is obviously facing east, you said, just the front of the house.
Yes.
What are you doing in the first, several pictures? We're gonna go through those. What's your process?
I'm taking a picture of each side of the house.
So you're just kind of doing a walk around?
Yes.
All right. So if we go to the next picture, oops. This will be the north view. You're going to take a picture of the north side of the house.
Yes.
All right. What are you trying to do? Just get an idea of the general nature of the damage?
Yes.
All right. Then we go, this next one is the west, the back of the house.
Correct.
And that shows obviously the rear. It shows some little bit of debris in the back of the house.
Yes.
Do you know who's been there before you?
Not for sure who was there.
If this is January 10, were you aware that Scott Leroy, the fire marshal, had been there on the 8th?
I don't know.
Okay. You're just taking pictures.
I'm taking pictures. Yes.
Same thing, going walking around.
Yes.
South would be the left side of the house.
Yes.
Okay. And then I want to show you this third page, your picture, number 5. It says, view of debris, photo taken from where?
Taken from the east side of the dwelling into the main level.
So this is depicting a photo coming from the right side of the house?
I
East
think,
side?
the front's the east, I think it's probably from the front door,
Okay.
probably looking in the front. I didn't go in the house that much, it wasn't safe.
Why did you not go into the house on January 10th? The first day you're there?
If I did go in the house, I was just barely inside the doors, but it's not safe. I don't want to fall through the floors.
Not safe because there's too much debris all around?
Well, you don't want to fall into the basement.
Did you have some idea as you walked around that the first floor had all collapsed into the basement?
When I first walked around, no, I didn't have, I did when I walked up to it and looked in the front door, then I can see that it was not safe to walk in there.
Okay. This is just a picture of the general debris you're seeing as you're looking through the front door?
Yes.
And then view of debris, can you read that for me, this photo?
Taken from the east side of the dwelling, looking into the first level.
And that's a little hard to see because it's just a copy, but it's just more of the debris that's all through this house?
Yes.
Okay. Well, next, I want to look at these. This is view of debris outside the west side of the walkout basement, which would have been the back, where the bay window is.
Correct.
All right. And what is it on January 10 you're trying to depict here?
I'm just taking a picture of whatever's outside the house.
Just a few pieces of pipe, as far as you can see?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I just took pictures of the debris.
Okay.
I didn't know if it was going to be personal property items or not.
And you don't know who put it there?
No clue.
Photo 8, continuation of the prior photo on the west side of the walkout basement. So the first one was west side. Just shows a little bit more debris.
Correct.
Right. If I circle, try to see if I can blow this up a little bit. Do you know what that is?
It looks like a mattress box spring.
And do you have any idea what these are here, the metal and the spring?
I'm not sure. It could be a couch.
Go to the next picture. View of the basement rec living room facing southwest. So if we go to our again, this is already previously admitted exhibit O, another drawing you received
Okay.
from the building department. And if you can help orient us, that's looking from where to where?
View of basement, rec, living room facing southwest.
Do you know where you are?
I'd probably be right at the bump out right there, more than likely, facing southwest.
Southwest, facing this way, looking from where?
Not somewhere in that room.
Okay.
I couldn't
You
tell you
weren't really-
if I walked along the wall and got in there, but I didn't go in there that much, that very far.
You didn't get into the house, into the main area, right? Because of danger, you said?
That's the basement area.
Right.
If I would have went in the house, it would have been in the basement only.
But you said you didn't get in very far because of safety?
Correct.
Okay. Same thing, facing northeast along the north wall. So north wall facing northeast. This is just more rubble you're seeing, just
Yes.
trying to get an idea.
Yeah. Probably doing a panoramic around the room, probably what I'm
Okay.
doing.
Next picture, number 11, you actually got into the laundry room, or were you taking pictures through windows?
I couldn't tell you for sure if I zoomed my camera in on those or I was in near the laundry room. I could have been in the house.
And the laundry room was over here on the south side?
Yeah, I probably took a picture from the doorway.
Okay. Same thing, view of the basement bathroom facing east. The basement bathroom is in the southeast corner of the house? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Page 11, fallen framing from the basement bathroom facing north toward the utility room. What do you mean fallen framing?
Which picture? Which picture?
I believe it's 11. Let me go back. I think it's 11. Number 13, my fault. Where are we here?
Facing north towards the utility room, so must be in the bathroom, down in the southeast corner.
You're actually taking a picture of the stuff in the bathroom?
Looks like it.
Number 14, more fallen framing in the basement bedroom. Do you know which bedroom it was?
No.
Okay. Safe to say, is there debris scattered all over this
Correct.
whole area?
Yes.
Fifteen, a view from the basement facing northeast. So that'd be the lower left corner of our drawing. Northeast,
Okay.
yes?
Yes.
All right. And that shows, what are you trying to show here? Do you see this green? Are these shingles from the roof?
What picture is that?
I'm on 14.
It looks like the shingles from the roof.
And then picture 16, view of debris in the basement bedroom. And that's all framing that has fallen down.
Yes.
So those are the pictures you took on January 10. Then you came back.
Yes, I did.
Why'd you come back? Oh, I'm in the 17 now, one more page. View of debris in the basement bedroom, again, just more of the same, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you come back on the 15th. Have you coordinated with anybody to come back?
Yes, they were gonna dig the fire out, I think with an excavator, so I was there just to look at contents, personal property,
Who are you dealing with?
whoever the cause and origin person was.
Do you recall the name Jim Shinsky?
Yes,
All right, have you ever worked with him before?
yes,
All right, so do you remember he was out there?
yes.
And did he bring the excavator?
I don't think he did. He probably had a
all
subcontractor
right.
out there.
But he arranged for it as far as you knew?
Yes,
There was an excavator there, right?
they were gonna dig it out, and that's why I was there.
Okay. Dig it out, you mean excavate?
Excavate so they can get in there. I think it was frozen.
Do you recall that big excavator knocking down walls of the house so people could get in?
No,
You don't remember that?
no, I just took the pictures of the inside of it.
Okay. If you look at that first picture, debris in the southwest corner of the living room, southwest, facing south. Facing this way, so you're standing somewhere taking a picture toward the south and the southwest corner
Yes,
of the whole living room area?
mm-hmm,
Yes?
yes,
And that's what you're seeing?
yes,
Same thing, view of the contents in the basement laundry room. Now we're back in the laundry room on the south side, right?
yes.
Can you tell what you're seeing, or just a bunch of rubble?
I'm not sure what it is.
Okay. Picture 3, a view of the southeast corner of the basement bathroom. The bathroom's down here in the lower left corner, right?
Yes,
Okay. More rubble in every single room, right?
correct.
View the basement utility room. As we saw, the utility room is right here at the bottom and would have been underneath the front of the house.
Yes, it would have been on the front. And we're getting toward the end here, but photograph 5 of the basement closet behind the fireplace facing north. So you are behind the fireplace. Behind the fireplace facing north, taking a photograph toward the right side of the house. Yeah, it's the lower half of the closet,
Oh,
bottom half of the closet.
okay.
The next one's the upper half.
Then photo 6, same thing, right? Just
Yeah.
more of the same?
Yeah.
I'll skip over that. Now, your content, you're looking for personal property,
Yes,
furniture, TV, clothes, anything.
yes,
View of debris in the basement facing northeast. Right? And looks like a frying pan of some sort,
yes,
and some clothes, and looks like cards maybe? Yes?
cards, next picture, cards, yes.
Oh, okay. So this next picture, the last page, actually almost the last page. Photograph 9, view of sports cards in the basement utility room facing east. So you were able to find some personal property, right,
Yes,
that you had been looking for,
yes,
including a bunch of baseball cards and debris, right?
yes,
Yeah. And also you found some record albums.
yes,
that's the end of the photograph. So you found some, but safe to say, there's been a description that there was 2 feet of rubble in the basement from everything falling down. Based on your inspection, would you agree with that? There was a lot of debris throughout.
There's a lot of debris. There always is.
Okay. No more questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Your witness. Let me shut this down.
All right. Sorry. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, no, sorry. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hello. I think this is the perfect spot to stop. Uh, even though I just came in. Um, I'm still waking up. Hello. I will turn on the camera soon. But good morning. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone is okay. Hello, Britta. Hi, Mel. Hello, everybody. William, Paul, it's so good to see you, everybody. Um, I had a very good nap. I literally oh, let me turn the camera. I think I'm camera ready. Hello. I had a very, very good nap indeed. I was out like a light, and I don't think I snored. I don't think I snore anyway. Um, but it was very, very good. Oh, my days. I'm still waking up. I think I need to go make myself a cup of coffee to wake up now. But that was definitely a very good nap and a very much needed nap indeed. But it just makes me a little bit concerned that I can sleep anywhere, anytime, very easily. That uh that question, I do not know. I do not speak English. Definitely, William. I need a cup of coffee. Thank you very much. Um, no, no. A garden bot actually woke me up. I did ask him to wake me up, but I had a bit of a sense of when we were gonna get back or anything. Or and some like I did not. I had headphones in the beginning, but the voice of the other guy, the one that was doing the JOA, was not letting me sleep. So I took the headphones off. Right, I went to sleep. It was just like landing an airplane. I just fall asleep. It was very good. I do need to go and wake up a little bit better. Sorry, I am just laughing at that. That's hilarious. So I need to do I will I bother watching anything? Oh, I did not miss anything. Do I bother going back and watching it again? Is it worth it even doing that? What do you guys think? Because I do need to know if it is worth it. Because well, apparently the JOA was not accepted because if they started their case in chief, yeah, that was not accepted. So definitely probably need to just rewatch very quickly. Um so yeah, that was my break. I slept and it was good. But how was everyone's breaks? No, I'm good. Awesome. But I am gonna I need to write down where we stopped for tomorrow. Uh we know so we can resume. Is this the first witness of the defense or is it the second one of the defense? Because if it is the first witness, I kind of know where we are, because the prosecution was gonna start the questions. I could leave the computer on and then just pick it up from there. Oh, it's the first one. Okay, so we know where we are. We are on the first witness of their case in chief. Um, but yeah, I definitely highly recommend. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much, guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much for you to hold the boat. Just keep things going. That is awesome. Thank you very much. First one, William. Thank you. I appreciate. Not that you guys has to hold the boat. We are a great team here, which is amazing. I really really appreciate it, that you guys do this, and you guys understand as well that I I need a break. And it's not a break. I just need to sleep a little bit. So that is awesome. Thank you very much. Oh, I miss Izzy. No, hello. Oh man, I hope she's okay. I hope everyone is okay. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll a little bit up to see if what I missed much, but I don't think I missed much. Definitely, indeed, it is. You behaved. Oh, nice. You did not run away. I'm so very happy. Oh, Sherry was very good. I'm still kind of waking up from it. I'm still. I think I definitely. Oh, excuse me. I need a coffee for sure. Um, Paula. Really? Mm. I'm joking. I know you're joking. No, I know that would not be you, my friend. That would definitely not be you. Were you working really? Was the computer working? Did the IT people fix your computer and everything? I hope they did. Anyway, so you can definitely need. Not even my phone woke me up. I have so many notifications that not even uh my my phone woke me up. I do need to go through them. Well, it's just pretty much was what pretty much what we've missed from there, but yeah. So it's just, yeah. You run the YouTube streets. No, we still can get. Oh no, Paula, that is hard. Oh man, just ask my boss. Who's your boss? Me? um, no, we still can't get into the drives, but they are also web-based programs we work. Oh, okay. At least you can get some stuff done, but that's sucks. Um. Oh, no good gossip, Rabba. We need good gossip. We need some gossip, man. Definitely, we need to bring Kathy here for some good gossip. That's what we need. Definitely. Um. Ooh. We did not know what. So we went to the store. That is nice, and we went to McDonald's. I thought I smelled McDonald's. When I was sleeping, I was like, smell. No, I'm joking. But well, we went around town. That is awesome. Uh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Paula. That's I understand the frustration of that. I'm so sorry. That's not good, because I know how good you are at your job, and you try to do things by the deadline and everything, and when stuff like this happen and you can't get it done. Sorry, still backing yawning. Um. Oh, that it's so. Yeah, you both in the medical like. When I ask in the medical field, you know what I mean. Doing because that's really interesting. Sometimes I do wonder what you all do for work. Um, you know, um. William, that is funny. Running the streets like Monica Sementelli, that's funny. um, oh, French fries, I love it. Britta, I think I need to go to work where you work. I want my boss to leave me half an hour earlier. That is nice. Mind if I leave 2 seconds before I have to go. You just you left early. Yeah, but anyway. Oh, nice. Okay, that is cool. Oh, you don't need to tell me names. I don't want to know. I'm just interesting because sometimes you guys say you're working and everything. I just get a little bit curious and a little bit rock and roll. I'm joking. Um Hey, oh, that is. I'm sure it takes you more than 30 minutes to do an appeal, isn't it? Oh, is that sound coming from court? Are we? Yeah, I think we are gonna come back soon. From court. Court is probably gonna come back. I'm just gonna disappear for a little bit while I probably have some coffee, and I need as well. That is an awesome job too. Oh, sorry, hang on, wrong one. Nice one. It's a you've done your part, Iowa. Absolutely, you've done a part. So that's awesome. But I'm binging the baby. Exactly, that's his job as well. Uh, I'm sorry, my friend. Oh, Emily learned my last name or else. I work in a vehicle dealership in Louisiana doing. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. That is fantastic. Hey, hey, Benny. Hello, good evening to you. It is the evening here. It's nighttime actually. It is 2 minutes to 10 p.m. right now in the UK. So it's definitely good night. Late in the night. Oh, my soundboard. Um, that is awesome. Wow, since 1991. That's basically even before I was born. Wow. That's definitely even before I was born. That is crazy. Yes, for the deli in the grocery store. So it's saying like I work in a bakery in a grocery store, which is awesome. I do like it, and it allows me to do this in my spare time. So it's really really awesome. Um, oh, you lost dealership. Oh man, I'm so sorry, Robert. That sounds awesome. Um, yeah, exactly. You can be a YouTube creator without the talking part for sure. It is 10 p.m. Oh, thank you very much for the support. So yeah, I really, really appreciate you that for that. Thank you very much. It is 10 p.m., but we are the late night call is for sure. I am not a baby. I'm not a baby. I oh I am just I'm just I will be a baby next week when it's my birthday, not today. I don't there's that meme was like I'm not a baby. That's what I was trying to do. Um so there's no movement yet from court, so they might be actually not um back yet. I know they are back in without the delay, because there's notification on my phone that I haven't looked into, but definitely we have a look into it. Oh no, yeah, that is absolutely fine. I just get it from the YT, the YouTube, the feeds we all call them feeds like Law and Crime, Court TV, and stuff like that, and then we just repurpose that, and because of the copyright law, we can use that freely. And we just, as long as we try to make it on your own, aka like having the camera on, to have something on the screen to kind of make our own comments. So yeah, yeah. So basically like that. And I use I use that as well. I use StreamYard Indeed. I like OBS and Streamlabs, but because one of the features that I really like on StreamYard is the possibility that you guys can kind of call in a way. So I normally post the link for the StreamYard that I'm using on the chat, and you guys can use that to jump on and be on a call and everything. So yeah, that basically that why I use StreamYard. So yeah, but it's really really good. Oh, William, it's on Monday, the 14th, my birthday. So I'm so excited to get older. Yeah, no, okay. um, oh, it's okay. No, you have to. you meaning about the trial, Mel, or just about things? But you'll catch up, I'm sure. Um, so, oh yeah, OBS is a bit complicated. It is a lot to learn. Oh, StreamYard is easy peasy, absolutely. Okay, in terms of the trial, Mel, you haven't lost much. You lost just Lori Vallow do a cross examination of the witness we left yesterday. I think it was Scott, and then we had a new witness, the captain of the fire brigade, Kent, and just more questions about CPR, questions about how do they declare a person unalive, stuff like that. So it's not like big things. So I think they are like laying the foundation of everything. So still not not like DNA or anything, but yeah, talking about the demeanor of the victim, about what rigor mortis, lividity, and all of that fun stuff. So not like lots that you have lost. So yeah, that's kind of like a resume of the morning, really, because it was only an hour and a half. The thing is with this trial is they start, it's an hour and a half when they start until they go to lunch, and then it's another an hour and a half um for the afternoon part. They have a break and then it's the rest, so there's not much. Yeah, it's kind of almost slow going, but it's a good pace, so I like it. Yes, definitely, I like when you guys call in and talk, because it's not just me talking all the time, and that takes a lot of the pressure out of me, and definitely makes it easier, and love it. Oh, it's okay. That no problem. We can always either make a catch up or you can just catch up. It's absolutely no problems, my friend. We love it. I like to talk, so it's fine. Um, I am based in the UK. I am in near Newcastle area. So it is 5 minutes past 10 p.m. for me as well. So I'm still in the UK. But since everything is in internet wise, I can do everything throughout the the internet, so that makes it a lot easier. So indeed, you can be a replay crew, and if you are on the replay crew, please let's leave a comment below. Tell us that you are a replay crew. We all love to hear. I have so much fun when I wake up and I'm gonna on a YouTube app, like, to check how things going, and like the analytics and everything, and I see comments there. I was like, people are watching, and it's like I can interact even with more people. I really have a awesome time reading comments and everything. Sometimes I do miss them. Yep, Pit is still here, still nothing. Thank you very much, Reba. Thank you. I'm not just talking your ears away. Don't worry, I am checking. And yes, I am live. So I really enjoy that. I enjoy that interaction with you guys, and I always try to like answer all the comments. Sometimes on the app not all the comments goes, but I do go once in a while to the YouTube page thing on the computer and make sure that I have replied to all the comments. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, nice! Definitely, we're going to reading Berkshire for sure. I'll pop down the street. I'll be there in a minute. You never know. Maybe one day we'll see each other. Yes, indeed. Because, well, I have no clue, but I'm sure it's nearby. Yeah. So it's court should be back. It's kind of weird. I have not actually. Let me have a look. Um, to see if any other feed has started and we are just the ones. Mm. Or it was just missed. Yeah, come on. Some is still talking, and then other people have stuff on it. Ugh. I don't like when they have like put stuff on the screen. That's why I like. Let me reboot this to see if it changed. No. Because I can see. Oh, hey! Hi, Vamos. I'm so happy that you are on a road again with new bling bling shoes on your car. That is awesome. Oh, okay. Oh, what's for dinner? I need a verdict watch so I don't have to cook. Well, maybe soon this week we're gonna have a verdict watch for Linda for sure. But yeah, let us know where you cooking, Sherry. Safe travels, yes, indeed. For Ivamos, definitely. Um, oh yeah, I love that you were commenting so much on that one. I really enjoyed it. Definitely. Yeah, absolutely enjoy that. The things in terms of the feed, there is like people that are like the feed is up, but there's stuff on the screen, and that really bugs me. I don't like it. Let me see if this one is doing anything. Yeah.
Could definitively say this was shot 1 and this was shot 2. So that's fair cross-examination. But other than that, I'm going to allow his testimony. If you have a foundational objection or any other sort of hearsay objection or evidentiary objection, you can make it depending on what the question is.
Okay. I mean, I don't really understand how the trajectory is relevant to conspiracy, so I would like to make that objection. We're stipulating that there was 2 shots.
Okay,
Your Honor, just for the record, it's because the defense has noticed self-defense.
right. All right, let's bring the jury in. Yeah, why don't you do that? Hey, I was meant to ask Trey how to move that. Hey, will you move this podium back? Because we're not going to need it until closing argument. Move this back over there before we bring it.
Thank you very much, Robert, for that. For keeping me right. Hello, Zizzy. Hello, welcome back, my friend. So good to see you. Hello. I'm so glad that you're done with the short chores. How are you feeling, my friend? I hope you're feeling better today. Hi. I'm so excited to see you. It's always a great pleasure to have you here, my friend. So yeah, jury's coming in. Court is gonna start. I'm gonna go put my cream for my eczema because I am right now. I'm having a great flare up, so I am struggling a little bit. So I'm gonna be putting my cream to cool down a bit and help me out. And I'll be back. I'll be just lurking a little bit. Yeah. Oh, we need some entertaining indeed. So yeah. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I had a wonderful nap.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in. All right, so sir, go ahead and come around here, have a seat to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Daniel Coons.
And where do you work now?
Well, I am part-time temporary employed with the City of Chandler Police Department as a civilian criminal investigator for cold cases.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I finished working as a detective with the Chandler Police Department. Specifically, the last assignment was the robbery homicide unit.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
Just over 30 years.
Can you walk us through your different assignments at Chandler Police Department?
Sure. After my basic training at the academy, I was assigned to patrol. I did that for a little bit. And while I was in patrol, I was assigned as a crime scene officer. Now, that's still a patrol officer, but it's additional duties such as collecting evidence, processing crime scenes, taking photographs, things along those lines. After I did that, I went to crime prevention for a couple years. I did that and came back to patrol, found a calling to go into detectives. I became a family crimes detective for 5 years, and from there I became a homicide detective. During that time, I was also assigned part-time. We don't have a full-time SWAT team, so I was on that for just about 20 years.
Can you talk to us a little bit about your training to become a SWAT officer and what a SWAT officer does?
So there are many jobs within SWAT. There's regular officers that typically will do entry. There's some that specialize in breaching, some specialize in grenadiers, and then we also have the snipers. So I was cross-trained to do the regular basic entry officer stuff, as well as I became a sniper, and eventually I became a sniper instructor.
Okay, so what kind of training did you have to go through to become a sniper and sniper instructor?
So the sniper training was a basic 40-hour course. I attended that with the FBI. And as time progressed, I would attend advanced sniper trainings so that I could enhance my skill set. And eventually, after having been on as a sniper for a while, I attended a 40-hour sniper instructor course.
Who is that with?
That was with the American Sniper Association.
As a trainer for snipers, what did that entail?
It entailed having to have a good working knowledge of the actual job, the ballistics that the rifles need to perform, knowing how to train new snipers, knowing how to keep snipers that have achieved certification to keep their skill sets up, and to keep meeting the mandates of what would be expected of a police sniper.
Did you ever become a shooting reconstruction expert?
I did.
Can you tell us what does that mean?
It means that I attended a course. It was a 40-hour course where it was completely hands-on. There was classroom, a lot of hands-on with you not only see the results of different impacts and things like that, but you watch it happen, and then in some cases you actually get to make it happen. And then after that, you, as a class, you work together, putting things back together. And at the end of the 40 weeks, there is a test that you have to pass to get certification.
You said 40 weeks?
Or sorry, 40 hours, sorry.
So what does, I guess, shooting reconstruction mean, if you had to explain that to us?
It means being able to take information from a scene and being able to put it together to reconstruct as best as possible or humanly possible what happened. For instance, you have bullet strikes. In some cases, you can actually get a good angle or ballistics information so that you can backtrack it and get an approximate area where the shooter had to have been. In many cases, you can help articulate whether information given to you was factual or if the information given to you was not. And this is very handy when there are no witnesses and you only have basically the person saying what happened.
Is there any type of certification process to be a shooting reconstruction expert?
Yes, at the end of that course, I had to successfully complete a test in order to get certification.
And when did that occur?
That was in, I believe, early 2017.
Who is that through? Who puts that on?
It was with Michael Haig,
And
his
who is-
company.
Who is Michael Haig?
He is part of a duo, father-son duo, that have become quite renowned for their ability to do ballistics and then teach it and train other people with it.
And have you utilized those skills that you learned in that shooting reconstruction course as a detective since then?
Yes, many times.
I assume you passed the certification test?
I did.
So on July 11th of 2019, were you working as a detective at that time for the homicide unit at the Chandler Police Department?
Yes, I was.
During the weekdays, what were your, I guess, work hours normally?
My normal work hours were Monday through Thursday, about 7 to 5.
When you are working as a detective, we've heard a patrol is out driving around. What are you guys doing?
Well, we carry a caseload. So many times we are working on the cases that we've taken previous days or weeks ahead of time. We're trying to come to a conclusion for those particular cases. But many times we also will have our radios on, just kind of listening to what's going on.
So are you at your office is at the main police station?
Correct.
Okay. On July 11th of 2019, did you hear some police radio traffic of a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
Yes, I did.
Did you respond to the scene?
After collecting some equipment and putting it in my vehicle, yes.
Is that normal then for detectives with homicide to go out to the scenes?
For the unit at the time, yes, it was.
Can you describe for us what the scene looked like when you arrived?
There were police vehicles around. There were officers that had established a perimeter. Some crime scene tape was already put in place. And they basically had frozen the scene.
Do you recall about how far away this scene was from the station where you were located?
15, 20-minute drive.
When you arrived there, were other detectives arriving? How does that work?
There were several of us that had self-deployed, and we were in various stages of being on our way there. So other detectives did arrive.
How do you decide which detective is going to do what at a scene when you all just show up there?
Well, a lot of times it's just a matter of who speaks up first saying, I'm going to take case. If it's after hours, then the person that's on call will usually be the person to do it. But if it's during regular business hours, it's kind of like a little wrestling match to figure out who's going to end up taking it.
What role did you get?
I got assigned the scene.
Okay. What does that mean to be assigned scene?
So the scene work, assigned scene, means that you're responsible for making sure that the scene is processed properly, accumulate whatever evidence is necessary, report back to the actual case agent your findings so that they can stay aware of how things are transitioning and being learned, and then they can start making informed decisions on what the next step is going to be.
Do you do that alone or do you have help?
It depends on the scene. In this particular case, I had Detective Duncan along with me.
And does Chandler Police Department have any crime scene specialists or people that come up to help as well?
Yes, when I left the crime scene officer program, they had actually started a civilian program so that they could free up the officer's responsibility. So Chandler has several crime scene techs that will respond out when called.
And was someone called out to that scene?
Yes.
Do you sort of, as the scene agent, help, I guess, tell them what to do? Are you the person who's overseeing the whole scene?
It's more of a collaborative effort. We do provide direction on things that we're specifically interested in, but I've worked with them for many years, so it's pretty easy for us to just understand, all right, some of the basics that have to be done, such as overall photographs. Before we even think about manipulating anything or marking anything, we want to try to capture the scene as it was that we walked into it.
As the scene agent, did you create a diagram to just reflect what the scene looked like?
Yes.
And is that to scale?
It's not to scale. It's close, but it's not to scale.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 5. And I think there's a second page in there.
It is behind, but it's not exposed to the back. Yes.
And is that the sketch and then the second page measurements of that diagram that you made?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
If it's not to scale, I don't know how it will be helpful, but no objection.
All right, Exhibit 5 is admitted.
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
That's not lit up. Well, we might use the one behind you.
Right.
All right, can I have the detective? Oh, never mind. There you go. Okay, so this is Exhibit 5, the first page. Is this sort of an overview of the entire residence as well as the items of evidence that you collected?
That is correct.
So we understand where we see these little yellow placards. What do those indicate on your diagram?
On this diagram, they indicate the items of evidence for that particular room.
Okay. And do they each have a number associated with them?
Yes.
And is the second page of your diagram a reflection of what each of those numbers refers to?
Yes, it is.
We see in this A, B, and distances. What is that?
So the reference points for this particular purpose, we did a triangulation method. So we take measurements from 2 known points in that room, and then we measure out to the item of interest. And then that was how we get a point A and a point B measurement.
All right, so at the first page here, that's the actual diagram. What is the reference points that you are using to make these distance measurements?
So the reference points are not depicted on this diagram, but in this particular room, if you look at the wall where items number 2 and 12 are, the upper or the left upper corner is B, and if you go straight down towards the kitchen area, that along that wall, that corner is A.
Okay, so when we see a reference measurement from A of 21 feet to the bat, we're talking 21 feet this way should be where the bat was?
No, you're talking 21 feet from that corner, straight line to the bat.
Okay. So whatever the closest measurement or closest way to get there would be?
Correct.
So for the bat, it would be something like that?
Correct.
Okay. And then when we see reference point B for the bat, then you're talking from this point to the bat?
Correct.
Okay, just so we understand that. When Chandler Police Department goes to a scene like this, do they utilize any type of photography system to help better document a scene so that you can see things more clearly sometimes than with photographs alone?
Yes, depending on the scene, we would use a system called the Lizard Q.
What is Lizard Q?
It's, in essence, a 360-degree photographic system that you set up on a tripod inside or wherever your location is, inside, outside. And you start the process, and the internal computer for this system specifically takes a set number of pictures where it's overexposed all the way to underexposed, and the images in between. And it does this at various locations along the path to create enough overlapping images, and then those images are stitched together and actually create a 360-degree sphere of the scene.
Did you have to get trained on how to use Lizard Q?
There was some training involved, yes.
If, again, my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 139, you can take a look at that. Do you recognize a thumb drive that is in Exhibit 139?
Yes.
What is on that thumb drive?
On this thumb drive will be the Lizard Q spheres.
And is there a reader on there so that you can actually view it?
Correct.
There's a piece of paper in there as well. What is that?
The piece of paper is a set of instructions on how to use the Lizard Q viewer so that you can view the spheres.
And did you initial the thumb drive to indicate that you had viewed it and you recognize that as the Lizard Q that you created on July 11th of 2019?
I have,
Or did you actually create that?
I created the thumb drive.
And that's your thumb drive that you put it onto?
Yes.
All right. State will move to admit Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
139 submitted.
Judge, at this point, might I ask the witness to come down here to utilize the Lizard Q? I can sit at the table, but it needs to be put into a computer to do that, and I don't think we can hook it up there. So if you can insert that on the laptop. Yeah, thank you. I'm sure I might have to log in. I just might have to log into my computer, sorry. Oh, no, slowly. You from there. All right. Can you talk us through, so you've opened the thumb drive to where that's at. How do you get to viewing this program?
So first, you'll have to double click on
Hold on, one sec, I'm sorry, we're waiting for it to. Yes, the USB is in that laptop up there on the podium. There. Yeah.
So first you need to double click on the lizardqviewer.exe so it can open it up. And then it's going to ask you where to look for the spheres. That's going to be And then you just double click on the sphere you choose to open up, and it will open it up for you.
Can you make that larger so we can?
Waiting for it to respond.
Got it. Okay.
So once you have the sphere open, you want me to just?
Yeah, if you can just tell us how to work that first, and then we'll ask a few questions.
So once you have the sphere open, if you depress the left mouse button, you can actually move the images around. Without depressing the mouse button, you can zoom in and you can zoom out with the scrolling wheel. If you depress the right mouse button and use the scrolling wheel, this will darken or lighten your sphere. It will give you the ability to look outside as opposed to just the photographs washing it out normally so you can see inside. With this particular program, you can open up multiple windows, but you'll really only be able to view one at a time, but you can go back and forth between them.
So for this sphere that we're looking at, we see Charles Vallow there, correct?
Yes.
And then there's some white cards that we see around the room. What are those?
Those are 3x5 cards that officers have dropped in the scene. A lot of times they'll do that to help identify to detectives items that they observed and to be a warning to other officers to watch out for these items as you're either moving through or exiting the scene.
Is the Lizard Q program then used prior to the scene being documented? And let me say this. We saw in your diagram, Exhibit 5, that there were little yellow placards or numbered items. Is that something that's actually done in the scene? So we were looking at the bat, for instance.
Correct. So in this particular moment in time, we just merely left it with the placards there. Again, it was attempting to capture the scene as we as an investigative unit found it. There can be times that we'll do this first and eventually go through putting evidence placards down and then maybe do another sphere showing all the evidence placards.
So would it be fair to say that this is done to document the scene prior to police going through and having, maybe digging through areas to find potential evidence?
Great. It's much like when we do overall photographs with the 35 millimeter camera. This is just another enhancement of that.
For this room where we see Mr. Vallow, do we have two different spheres?
Yes, in this particular room, I did a lower sphere and then I raised it on the tripod that you can see in it to another height. And then I did a sphere there. So we have a program that we can combine those and make it a measurement sphere. So we could do measurements linear, but not to and from the camera because of its limitations.
So what is provided here is without measurements?
That is correct.
Okay. And without anything being marked yet?
Aside from the 3x5 parts.
Can you show us the lower level sphere as well?
This is the lower level.
Okay, then the upper level one, sorry.
As you can see, your point of view has changed a little bit, but the room has remained the same.
Okay. And that's all using the same initial placement of that tripod, but just moving the camera height up higher or lower?
Correct. The tripod has the ability to elevate to the platform that the camera is actually on.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, could I have the witness go back to the?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this for now. So although that documents what the scene looked like that we saw prior to the marking of evidence, as a scene agent, do you still utilize photographs?
100%, yes.
Why?
It's just an added fail-safe. The lizard queue can, if you do the lizard queue, then you're restricted to just the view from where that camera is at. When we do overall photography, we actually move around and get it from different perspectives. This is just another tool in the ability to show what the scene looked like.
Did you also photograph rooms where the lizard queue was not used?
Yes.
When you photograph a scene, what is the process for that?
I'm not
When
sure
you-
I understand.
Sure. When you enter a scene as a scene agent and you are looking at one like this, do you just go into the room where this person is and just photograph that area and that's it?
No, we would photograph the entire place to document it. The lizard queue, because of the volume that it takes and not necessarily information that would require the setup of a seer, then we will just stick with the crime scene photos for those particular rooms.
Okay. So I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 6 through 138. You can look at those and let me know if you recognize what those photographs are.
Okay.
Do you recognize all those photos?
Yes, I do.
Do they accurately depict 5531 South Four Peaks Place, both before and during and after processing it?
Yes, through various stages of the investigation.
Your Honor, if I can have those shown to the defendant.
Yeah.
Now, Detective, when you guys are processing a scene, in addition to photographing it, are you also looking for items that you may want to collect and actually bring back with you?
That's correct.
Can you talk to us about what procedures you use to collect and impound physical items of evidence that you're going to take with you?
Sure. It depends on the type of physical evidence, what the circumstances of the offense are. So the type of collection method can vary, but inevitably we'll identify it first, then we'll document it with photographs, and then we will come up with the plan that we're going to recover the evidence. And typically on scenes, I like to work in a particular direction collecting evidence. Others have their own method, but that's the method I typically use. And then I work along with the crime scene tech, and we'll go through exactly what we talked about. We'll have the overall pictures taken. We identify things that we believe are going to be relevant. And then we'll, for identification purposes, we'll usually affix some form of evidence tag, a marker, things along those lines. Not all items are actually taken. Some are actually just documented because it's impractical to remove certain things, such as a slab of concrete or something like that. So depending on the situation. So after it's documented, first with photograph, placard, photographed again, and then we will collect it. If DNA is an issue, the crime scene tech will be the one that'll take care of the method for doing it, and they will take the protective measures, whether they do gloves, swapping gloves out, or they do face masks, depending upon the nature of the evidence. If it's super DNA critical, then we will pull all the precautions out. In this particular case, it was not DNA critical.
Do you still wear like gloves or anything like that when you are collecting these items of evidence?
Absolutely.
And are you using them and changing them to ensure, for instance, you don't transfer blood from one item onto another?
Right, and typically that's what our crime scene techs will do. We will direct the method or the order we're going to collect, and then we'll go through that. And they'll be the ones that'll photograph. They'll change the gloves, place it in the envelope. Typically it's a paper envelope. And then we'll move on to the next item and repeat the method.
So in this case, I'll put 5 back up if I can have the Alamo. Thank you. What was your process for how you wanted to go through this home in reviewing, collecting the evidence?
So for this particular method, I chose to work from the north towards the south, collecting as we went. Item 1 being the hat, which is at the north end of the room. And then it was kind of a toss-up between 2 and 3, so I just decided to go ahead and go for 2, and then we would work our way down from there.
Okay. And so we see in this diagram, north is up this direction.
It's to the left of the image, yes.
Okay. And so in the photographs that you're taking of these individual items, do you see those placards or something that shows a 1?
Yes.
Now you talk about in this that there are scenes where you may have difficulty collecting an item. in this scene, did you actually cut out some pieces of evidence to bring back with you?
Yes, and that's why you'll see numbers higher than what was originally in the room associated to those items.
When you are processing a scene, do you always know what may be relevant or not relevant?
Not always immediately.
Is that one of the reasons why the entire residence is photographed instead of just what appears to be relevant here in that one room?
Correct.
So that later, if anyone wants to look at another room, that's been documented adequately.
Right.
When you're going through a house, even though you walk in and you see Charles Vallow on the ground there, are you still checking all of the rooms to see if there could potentially be something of evidence there?
Well, certainly. I'm no stranger to not having all of the information initially when I show up. So I will go through and I'll look at the residence to see if there's anything that actually stands out immediately. And maybe I'll be able to ask a few questions of whoever's doing the interviews to see if there's any relevance to it.
So are you looking for instance, any bloody items?
That would be important.
Are you looking for any projectiles or anything else that might be not in this room?
Certainly. Bullets pass through walls.
Are you looking for any evidence that might be related to this individual, Charles Vallow, like wallets or things like that that might have been left somewhere in the house?
Yeah, anything that could properly identify who was or may have been present at the time.
Okay. And that's sort of all those photographs as well.
Correct.
When you photograph a scene, do you start at the outside of the home?
Yes, we will typically start at the outside and work our way in and carefully avoid the items of evidence that have been readily made identifiable.
So Exhibit 6 here, what are we seeing here?
So this would be the front of the residence. It faces west. And we're looking at the main entrance that's just off to the right of the closed single garage door, and that door is open.
Your Honor, we're going to have to object. We haven't agreed to admit any of these pictures that are being posted.
I'm sorry, I did show them. The state will move to admit exhibits, 6 through 38, or 138.
Any objection?
To some of them, I mean, they're very similar, and I don't think that they all need to be put on there.
So your objection is that some of them are cumulative?
Yes. Yes, Your
Right.
Honor.
Let me see them. What numbers?
Yeah, which number, sorry?
6 through what?
138.
Do you have specific ones that you believe are cumulative?
Yeah, I'd have to go back through to get them specifically. I have some.
Well, let me browse them.
Right, I was just saying this in chat, but no way that she came up with that all by herself. And it's like, and the thing is, she starts saying her objection before she says objection. Girl, no, that's not how it works. You have to say objection and then you state the reason why. Oh, sorry, I forgot I can still talk. Oh my days, my brain is what's happening? But yeah, like for sure, she did not come up with that by herself. There's no way. And now I'm gonna count that as well as legal advice type thing or help because the judge helped her to tell her which objection she needed. So she's like Brooks, but yeah. Well, true, but it's just relevance, ground. But I think Brooks was the real deal. He didn't have like any counsel or anything, so he's just like he was there by himself, and he was himself, and I, and nothing. But yeah, um, uh, oh, it's like I really love it as well because it gives me another insight about like the English court, the Portuguese court, and everything. Um, so yeah, so it's just I really like it. I really appreciate that, Robert, as well. It is very interesting and very because you guys are so much more open about in terms of court and everything than here in UK. Here in UK is very limited, very 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 limited. It's not a lot going on in terms of that, but and you know it really developed my interest and my interest just literally spike. So hey, Britta, hi. I'll say hi to you again. But, well, yeah, that is true. She just blurted out relevance. But I'm talking more like in this objection, this latest one. She literally just blurred out what she was against for. She did not say, objection, they did not admit it to the thing. And then she didn't even know well, obviously she's not gonna know the proper thing objection term because she's not an attorney, and that clearly shows. Because she knew what she was objecting to, but she needed help, and yeah, yes, they do. You're not definitely tripping, no, William. They do wear wigs. The attorneys, the judges, everyone apart from the court clerks, I think they wear wigs. Yeah, so yeah. Oh, Paula, that is so cool. I saw the progress you were making, and it sounded really cool.
Well, I've reviewed exhibits 6 through 138. While many of the exhibits show multiple pictures of the same items, there's no two pictures that are the same. They show different angles, different distances, different perspectives, and in some cases, the item as it was found as opposed to someone picking it up and showing it from a different angle. So they're somewhat cumulative, but the court will admit those exhibits. They may help assist the jury in visualizing the scene and determining where things were at the scene.
So we had talked about Exhibit 6 being the front of the house. The door that you were talking about there, is that the door we saw in the lizard queue that was in that front room?
Yes, that's the double front main door.
Exhibit 7 and 8, was that to document a vehicle that was there?
Yes, again, to try to do overalls of the scene to show how it was when we got there.
At that time, did you know whose vehicle that was?
I did not have the opportunity, nor did I run the license plate of it, but it was documented, and I believe later on it was learned.
Okay, thank you. But not something you were responsible for?
Correct.
When we get to Exhibit 9 and then 10, is this sort of coming up to, and I'm going to pull this back a little.
Yes, that's approaching closer to the door.
11, which way are we looking as we enter the door here on 11?
So you would be looking to the northeast, northeast.
And you had talked about in a diagram a hat. Is that sort of what we see here?
Correct.
Okay. Is Exhibit 12 sort of looking the opposite way from that sort of vantage point?
Correct.
Or south?
Southeast, yeah.
And does Exhibit 13 show us what the front entryway looks like?
Correct. So this image would have been taken from the northeast corner of the main room there.
We can see in this then the hat with the placard of 1.
Correct.
So when we are looking at your diagram, Exhibit 5, and we see the 1, that's what that's referring to.
Correct.
Exhibit 14, can you tell us our perspective of what we're looking at here?
So you're standing in roughly the northwest corner of the room, just down from the entryway, and you're looking south.
So we start to see some of those white cards there. Is this before you have added in the yellow placards?
Correct. This would have been part of the overall photographic effort.
So when we're looking at this house, I'm going to put up Exhibit 15. Can you describe for us this wall here? Sort of, can you go all the way around that?
So that wall with the mirror itself is blocking where the kitchen is. There's an entrance to the kitchen to the right of that wall. And again, you could get to the kitchen through the left opening as well, but I think there's also like a family room by that area.
Okay. But it's open. One could walk through either of these ways and come around back out the opposite door?
Yes.
Okay. So Exhibit 16, we see Charles as he lay when fire has left him at this point.
Correct.
So the items we see on him, we've heard of them cutting his shirt and things like that. This is you documenting how he was when you started to come into the scene,
Correct.
after fire's already treated him and determined he was deceased.
Yes.
Over here, we start to see an area. What is right over there?
So just past that most southern index card is a hallway that extends to a bathroom and I believe at least 2 bedrooms.
Looking sort of to the north, what is this hallway here?
So now we're just looking north past the entryway. You can see the hat in the right part of the image there, and that would lead up to the master bedroom garage.
Okay. When you are looking at a scene like this, where you have a shooter, are you wanting to document all the different views of the items and the victim where they lay in the scene?
Yes, it's important to establish where things were at when we found them.
Okay. Now, are you able to tell us, for instance, if a casing rolled or a bullet rolled as fire is there or initial officers coming through? Yourself?
Having not been present to see it, I would not be able to tell you if any item happened to have been manipulated.
Okay. Does 19 show us part of that hallway that we're talking about to the bedrooms?
Yes, it does.
And then right next to it, would that be the sort of doorway into the kitchen?
Correct. Past this mirror on the left would be where the wall rounds a little bit and leads to the kitchen.
So Exhibit 21 here, we see this hat. Why, in 22, that you marked as number 1, why do you collect something like that?
The indications to me, initial assessment was that there was some kind of a struggle that took place. And it was unknown at the time who the hat belonged to. So it was decided that this could be important.
Are you given more than one chance to go through a house and try to collect evidence, or is it sort of a one-time shot?
Usually it's a one-time shot.
So if you aren't sure if something is relevant, do you collect it?
Yes.
So that later, if you determine it is, you have it?
Correct.
And if you determine it's not, then no harm, no foul?
Well, I don't know about no foul, but yeah.
So in this case, did you know whose hat that was?
I did not.
Okay. I'm going to put up 15 first. In the diagram, we had seen a number over in this area. What was that?
The item should be marking a baseboard, and there is a bullet strike in the baseboard.
All right, I'm putting up 23 here, and then I'm going to put up 24. What are we looking at here?
So what you're looking at is the actual bullet strike where it peeled away a portion of the baseboard, but remained embedded in the baseboard.
So I'm going to put up, as we kind of go closer, 24, 25, 26. Did you eventually show in 27 that you guys pulled back some of that board to get to show what was embedded in there?
Correct. And at some point, we were needing to recover that projectile.
Okay. And so in 28, does this reflect, now you've kind of photographed what it looked like when you first saw it, and then as you peeled it back and the actual bullet or projectile that was removed from there?
Correct.
All right. And 29, show that bullet from a different angle?
Yes.
When you were looking at this, and I'm going to put 30 and 31, was there actually some sort of white paint transfer on part of that?
There's a little bit of transfer of material to the nose of the bullet, yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 243 and 245, or, sorry, 243 and 235. Detective, do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
This would be the section of baseboard that we removed from the wall, as well as the projectile that we had removed from the baseboard.
Okay, I'm going to put up 34 here. Does that show sort of after you pulled out that section of that baseboard?
Yes, after it was cut out.
Okay. And then it's the projectile that you recovered in there? From that location, the other exhibit?
The other exhibit is the projectile that was recovered from there, yes.
State will move to admit 243 and 235.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You said 243 and 245?
35.
Oh.
243 and 235.
It's ordered admitting 243 and 235.
If I can have my paralegal go retrieve that. So I'm going to put up, to give us again a different perspective, 17 here. We've talked about, as you're kind of working your way down, you told us you started with the hat, then you went over to the baseboard, and then you went back to the west wall.
Yes.
And so we see in this photograph, Exhibit 17, what you have marked as item 3. What was that?
That was the baseball bat.
I'm going to show Exhibit 35. Is that a closer up of that bat?
Yes, it is.
Were photographs taken of the sort of edge of the bat itself?
The fat edge, I guess.
The fat edge.
Sure.
It's
I don't
colored
know
bats.
nomenclature of the bat, so yeah.
Not the handle. How's that?
Yes.
When you were looking at this, were you looking for any blood? And I'm going to put up 37, 38, 39, or any biological material?
We were looking for visible evidence, yes.
Okay. Did you observe any yourself?
I did not.
Did the edge look pristine and clean to you? visibly?
Visibly, I did not see any sort of biological evidence on it.
Did you note any biological evidence anywhere on the back that was visible to you?
I did not.
It's my paralegal to approach with 249. Do you recognize what 249 is?
Yes, I do.
And is that the bat that we have seen in these photos marked as item number 2 that we see here in Exhibit 35?
Yes.
State will move to admit 249, Your Honor.
Any objection? 248 and 249 are admitted.
So that was item number 3. I'm going to put up Exhibit 40. Do we see a placard there for number 4?
Yes.
And what was item number 4? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 42 here.
It is a full metal jacket projectile.
And in 43, does that show a different angle of that projectile?
Yes.
So this projectile was recovered to the east, maybe northeast of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
And was there any visible damage to this projectile?
There was some deformation to the projectile.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 239. Do you recognize 239?
Yes, I do.
And what is 239?
This would be what's identified in the picture as item number 4, the projectile that was found close to the body.
State will move to admit 239.
Objection?
No objection.
239 is admitted.
When you are photographing the scene, are you, again, we know this is after fire has been there?
Yes.
Were you present when fire was there?
I believe their engine was still there when I arrived on scene, but they were not inside.
So were you present when they were working on Mr. Vallow in the home?
No,
So do you know whether or not they had moved this projectile at all?
I do not.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow himself, I'm going to put up 41, did you notice something on his left hand?
On the left hand, yes.
What did you notice on his left hand?
Substance consistent with apparent blood.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow, did you note any other blood on his left arm?
I did not see any.
And when you are looking at Mr. Vallow, are you looking at the rest of his body to see if you noted any blood on his right arm?
Correct. I did not see any on the right arm. I did not manipulate the body until the medical examiner showed up.
So visibly, as he laid there in that supine position on the back with his arms out, what you were able to see, did you see any other blood like we observed on his left hand anywhere else?
On his chest, there was a little bit of blood, but on his extremities, I did not see any.
And so when we talk about his chest, is this the blood that we see here, sort of?
Above and below the pads.
Okay. Did the blood to Mr. Vallow's left hand stand out to you in any way?
Yes, it was interesting that it's just on that one particular part, but it's not completely surprising.
Was there any blood on the floor around where his hand was?
No.
So although we've heard of blood pooling underneath him, there was no blood around his hand as it lay there.
Correct.
So going back again to Exhibit 17, we've now talked about 1, 2, 3, and 4, correct? Do we see
Yes.
a placard number 5 there?
Yes.
What was placard number 5? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 45 now.
It is a shell casing.
And I'm going to put up 46 to be closer of it. And 47. Were you able to determine what caliber that was?
Yes, it belonged to a .45 automatic pistol.
Okay. Now, as a police officer, do you have a semi-automatic pistol yourself?
At least one.
Okay. And I guess as a reserve officer, do you still have some?
I'm not a reserve officer. I'm just retired. But yes, I still possess firearms.
All right. So in terms of a semi-automatic handgun and seeing this type of casing, can you tell us when you fire a gun, where does this come from? What is that?
So in this particular image, we are looking at what's commonly called a head stamp. That's going to be the opposite end of where the actual projectile would be inserted into the casing. The circular ring that you see in the head stamp there is actually what's called the primer, and that's what the firing pin hits to initiate the primer charge, which ignites the powder and then sends the projectile through the barrel.
So if I put up 48 here, we have a projectile that goes through the barrel. What is this item here? It's casing.
So this is what's left of the cartridge. So it's the casing. This is what holds the powder charge, it holds the primer, and it holds the projectile all in one unit until it's initiated with the firing pin striking the primer. After the charge starts the projectile down the barrel, then the most semi-automatic weapons will actually, the slide will start moving back to the rear, and there's a piece of the slide called an extractor that goes around that back rim of the projectile there, around the head stamp, and it pulls it backwards out of the chamber. And then it completes the cycle going all the way to the rear where it hits what's called an ejector, and that kicks the casing out of the gun and readies it to go forward, stripping a new cartridge off the magazine, if there is one, and loading that into the chamber ready for the next shot.
So when you fire the gun, projectile goes out the barrel and this casing gets kicked out.
Correct.
So I'm going to go back again to Exhibit 17 where we see 5. And I'm going to put up Exhibit 49. To the south of 5 here, did you find another casing?
Yes.
Is that what we see in Exhibit 49 and 50 as placard 6?
Yes, it is.
So were those located in the generally in the same location?
Fairly close to each other.
When a casing is ejected from a gun, do they just plop down and stay right where they landed?
No, there are many different types of firearms out there, so the casings can eject in different directions. Some will, or most will eject out to the right. Some will go farther back towards the right, some will go forward, some will go center, some actually kick higher up in the middle. It really depends on the manufacturer, the process, how the person's holding the firearm. So there are a lot of things about it, but there's usually sufficient energy designed in it so that it kicks the casing out so it doesn't interfere with the feeding of the next cartridge.
In your experience firing guns, can casings bounce or roll or move after they are ejected?
Yes.
Item that we see is number 6 and number 50 there. What caliber casing was that?
It's a little blurry.
Do you recall if it was the same 45 caliber as the other one?
They were both 45 caliber.
I can have approach with 238 and 240. Do you recognize 238 and 240?
Yes.
What are those?
These are the casings recovered from the main room where the body was.
What we saw as 5 and 6 in the exhibits?
That's correct.
State will move to admit 238 and 240.
Any objection to 248 and 240?
No objection.
248 and 240 are admitted.
238 and 240.
Oh, I'm sorry, 238 and 240? Okay, they're admitted.
Now, do the police move the body when you're processing the scene? Do you go around and move Mr. Vallow around?
No,
Do you have to wait for someone from the medical examiner's office to come do that?
that is correct.
Sort of the body is their responsibility?
Yes,
Are you present while they're doing that?
absolutely.
And are you looking for any other evidence that may be on, around, underneath Mr. Vallow?
Correct.
In this case, did the medical examiner's office come and remove Mr. Vallow's remains?
Yes, they did.
Once his remains were removed, did you document by photographing, we see here in 53, the blood that was left behind?
Yes, typically we would call this the void image to show what it looked like after the body has been removed.
Now, is the blood been moved somewhat by the body itself being moved?
Correct. Part of the process is the medical examiner's investigator will manipulate the body by rolling it from one side or the other to get a good look at the side that's not visible with how it was laying. And then they'll work on manipulating the body into the bag for transport.
So looking at the void or the blood pool that we see here, has it been altered somewhat from what we saw or observed while Mr. Vallow's body was there due to the movement of his remains?
That would be safe to say, yes.
Okay. Did you and other officers clean up that blood pool?
Yes.
And in doing so, did you observe anything on the floor?
Yes. Underneath, well, once the blood was cleared off, we could actually see a defect in the wooden floor that was consistent with the projectile strike.
All right, I've put up Exhibit 56. There's a placard number 13 there. Is that far away so we can see the location of where that is in perspective to the room?
Yes.
Having seen Mr. Vallow's remains in the room and then having them removed, were you able to determine approximately where this defect that we see marked as 13 was located in relation to Mr. Vallow's body?
Yes, it would have been consistent with being under his left shoulder.
Did you take closer up photos of that defect?
Yes,
Let me put up 59 that shows that placard. Is this what you were talking about?
that is correct.
How did you, well, let me ask you this. Did you look at the rest of the floor to see if there were anything else that looked like that?
Yes, that was a consideration, so we did look at the rest of the floor.
So you went through that whole room to see if you found any similar type of defects on it?
Correct.
Did you?
No.
So this was the only one that looked like that?
Yes.
And I'm going to put up 58. So we see other defects in the ground. What made this different?
The size of it, the directionality, the fact that it was directly underneath the shoulder where we observed an exit wound, and the fact that there was a projectile found on the floor in proximity to this defect.
Was it, let me ask you this. As a person who has processed crime scenes, fired guns themselves, did it appear to you consistent with a bullet strike?
Yes, it did.
And what were you basing that on?
The way the indentation is and how it tapers up, coming away from the body in the same direction that the projectile was located.
Did you and other detectives remove that piece of wood?
Yes, with great pain, yes.
All right, putting up Exhibit 60. Is that to show the piece removed, and Exhibit 61 to show the actual piece?
Correct.
And did you write on it so that you would be able to later look at that piece and know how that fit into the puzzle?
Yes, it was important to make sure to establish directionality on that piece.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 240. Oh, I'm sorry. I can have my paralegal approach with 244. Do you recognize 244?
I do.
And is that the actual piece of floor that was removed from 5531 South Four Peaks Place?
Yes.
State will move to admit 244.
Any objection? 244 is admitted.
And is that what then we see here in Exhibit 61?
It is.
Obviously, this is inside plastic, but this is the piece you're talking about.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the rest of the house, and then eventually I'm going to come back to this. You told us that.
Would now be a good time to take our
Sure.
afternoon recess? Since we're close to 3, why don't we take our afternoon recess, stretch break, et cetera? Please remember the admonition. We'll resume in about 15 minutes.
All rise for the jury. All right, so we are on break right now. Yes, please someone call in. I'm gonna copy the link and paste it, post it, paste it. Oh my days, I can't even speak anymore. Yeah, we are on break. It's a 15-minute break that I think it is, But the thing is, um, I haven't seen no one, right, um, tweeting anymore about the trial in the last what, half an hour or so. So I'm like, has they gone home or are they got what's happening? Because they're very, very quiet. I know that right now it is a little bit boring, the court, because the like technical things are never easy. They are long, they are boring, but they are necessary. They do um I do I'm not cheating. I'm not spoiling. I'm just cheating. But the thing is, like, the technical stuff, it's a little bit boring and, long, but it's also necessary because they have to lay the foundation. Um, they have to lay the foundation about, like, he died, how did he die, and what was found, and what investigation they did, because that kind of lays the foundation. And then it's gonna be more the what you mean, like the personal thing, all the family members and everything impacts. So oh no, it's fine. You all live outside, inside voices, so it's absolutely fine. No matter who wants to call, you can call. Um, yeah, it's night here, but you are on my headphones. The garden bot won't hear you, so you are okay. Um, so the most spicy thing it is gonna be when all the non-technical people start coming into testimony to testify to testimony. I can't speak anymore. To testify. So I can't speak. um so so that's when things are gonna get interesting and getting a little bit more spicy. It's when, like, the brother of Lori Vallow will come. I think Adam Cox is on the list. Actually, I've been forgetting. I have a mini list of witnesses that Lori has put. So, and then obviously it's gonna get more interesting when the defense case starts. So, definitely that's when yeah, it's gonna start. It is definitely be more interesting if she decides to put any case, that is, because you never know with Lori what she's gonna do or not. Um, oh, you're not shy. Oh, it's all right. I mean, I can talk, or I can just put some music for the next 10 minutes, because I don't know if I have in me any more talking, because I'm getting tired. Obviously, when am I not tired? As I was even considering that if court finishes rather early, I might take another nap before work, because I took a nap before I went to work yesterday. So we finished the stream. I took a little bit of a nap, and it was the worst mistake of my life. I shouldn't have not taken that nap. So because it was only like a half an hour nap, and this is the thing. I appreciate people that do night shifts so much, because it's not easy. Oh my days. I've done night shifts, right, for 4 years. Uh I think it was in 2018 into almost 2020, so about 3 years. um that But night shifts are so hard. It is so unnatural. Your body was not, you know build or whatever for night shifts. And those people that can just come home and sleep throughout the day, oh, I found they are amazing. Because oh no, it's fine. Absolutely, don't worry, Lois. Don't worry, girl. It's absolutely fine. What makes you sick to my stomach? Work night shifts or um oh yeah, I don't think there's no one in this world thinks that she's not guilty. I think everyone is just wants to see the spectacle that she put. Hang on. Hey, we've got someone. Hang on. Where are you, brother? Hello? Oh, there you are. I think it's there. Sorry, hang on. I can't hear you, girl. Oh, she's not there anymore. She's not there anymore. I thought she was here. No, not here anymore, girl. Oh,
My mic
there.
was muted.
Oh, hello. We have a
Hey, love, hang
person.
on. Let me mute. There we go. Okay. Did it take me out, or am I still here?
No, you're still here. You're still here.
Okay. All right. Because I
I ain't
was trying
taking
to.
you out.
No,
I'll
I
be
was trying to.
unalived by you.
Stop it. No, I was trying to um mute my YouTube in the background
Alright. I
because
know. I
get
know
the echo.
you're a great person in person and on the chat, Lois. You're absolutely fine. Seriously, do not tempt me. I want another nap.
So what
So
are you?
what's up?
Nothing, dear. Nothing. I was just chatting with my daughter. That's what took me so long. When you dropped the link, that was going to come up, and then my daughter messaged me. So
Daughters. No,
you
I'm
know,
joking.
got to put my kid first sometimes.
Oh no, of course. So what have you been doing today?
All I do is cook. I get up and I cook. One person leaves, and then I got to cook for the next person. My husband leaves for
Wow.
work, and then no sooner than he leaves and he's gone, then mom wakes up, and then I got to cook for mom. And then stepson comes in and wants dinner, and that's 7 o'clock, and then you got to cook again, and
And then cook again. Wow, that is definitely. Oh, Lois. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. She might think that I am a crazy person. Well, everyone thinks that I'm a crazy person anyway. My pretend loyal people. That is hilarious. So this is Roba. It's a really good friend.
I'll turn my
She has
camera on.
her.
I don't care.
It's up to you. Oh, hang
I'm
on.
just
I have
small.
to put you. I need to put you bigger.
Oh, I'm just sitting in my recliner.
Have you got light on? Cause you're a little bit dark.
Let's see. I have to say, hey Google,
Oh, there you go.
turn the
We can
lights
see.
on.
We can see you now,
Sure.
but we can see
There
your
you go.
living room.
You see my living room? I got the
Yeah,
camera backwards.
yeah, you do. That's a
Hang
nice
on.
living room, though.
Yeah, you get to see Katya on my TV. Let's see.
I don't blame you, Sissy. There, like, normally when I have the camera off, I'm having a lazy day, and I did not get ready, and I look like a zombie. So yeah, I
I
know
guess
it
this is
does,
no
doesn't it?
camera. It won't let me turn my camera while I'm in
Oh no, that's all
screen.
right. No worries. It does, doesn't it? It's absolutely great. And then that's the thing with calling in. You don't need to have a camera on. You can just literally have no camera and
Yeah,
just chat with me and just say your piece and go when if you want to. I mean, or you can just stay forever and I can take a nap behind the scenes while you talk. Because believe me, I will take advantage of that. No, it's like, believe me, it's like sometimes YouTube, like, I do more with the camera on because YouTube is very picky about that, but I do take my advantage and turn it off once in a while because there's days that I don't want to get camera ready or just be bothered. To be
yeah,
fair.
yeah. I hear you. That's when I do my streams at night. There's sometimes that my camera's on at night, and then there's sometimes I'm just like, nope, not gonna happen tonight. I'm not
Yeah,
feeling it. Not in the
exactly,
mood.
yeah.
So
I was like, I absolutely understand. And like me, if I could, not saying I would have the camera off, but YT is a little bit peculiar with that. So
yeah,
yeah,
I know.
try
And that's
not
why
to.
you'll see me. I flash mine on and off. A lot of times. Unfortunately, the way I am in my 50s, but when I was raised, my father um, used to talk really bad about how we looked as kids. We were called fat redheads, and so I always wanted to change my hair color growing up. Just as a side story, so I didn't ever want to be a redhead, and I was overweight as a kid. And so I'd always had a complex about, you get a complex about that. And even to this day, it still messes with me.
Yeah,
And you have to, I'm overcoming that. And believe it or not, I'm overcoming it with doing this YouTube stuff and being able to turn the camera on and say, hey, this is me.
Oh yeah, I have the same thing. It's like I don't like. I still to this day I don't like photos. Video, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable. Doing videos outside of the house, my days, it's so cringy. Listen to my own voice. No,
Yes, I can't
never.
stand to listen to my own voice. I don't play back any of my videos. I don't because I don't want to hear my voice. It's just and it's a mental thing and I know that my stuff goes back to the way I was raised. So, but
I preach.
yeah, six
I
foot
don't.
three, redheaded daughter. No, hun, sissy, I'm only 5'2". I'm only 5'2".
I don't know my height. I know
I'm
it's
little.
centimeters if that helps anybody. Um. Oh, I did not want to say anything, Zizzy, about the worms, but because I don't know really how to approach that. But yeah.
Worms. I must have missed that conversation.
And I was like, I don't speak English. I don't know not what to say.
That's my favorite line out of you when you're, I don't speak English all of a sudden.
The thing
When
is
she
what I
doesn't
said.
want to come up.
That's what I like. I say when I want to avoid a topic of something. It's like I don't speak English, so like, and see what's there. This gets I speak 7 languages, Lois. I know I'm crazy. I speak 7 languages. I love that. I love Zizzy. Zizzy, you are amazing. Yeah, you are the victory after all. True. But
God,
yeah,
how many languages did you say? 5? What?
7.
7. I can't even speak English right half the time.
I speak 7. I have a problem. I'm a nerd. I've told you guys this many times. You don't believe me. You say, "Ah, no, you're not the best." Yes, I am a nerd. You guys don't
But that's
even know.
amazing. That's amazing that you can retain 7 different languages. That is just amazing.
Nah, I'm just crazy. It's oh. Hey, we've got somebody else coming in. Hang on.
Who is it?
Hello.
Who we
Hang on.
got?
Hola. Buenos
Hola,
días.
¿cómo estás?
Hola. Ahí vamos. ¿Cómo estás?
Oh,
Hi.
Hi, vamos. Welcome in. And yes, Lois, I do speak Italian.
Wow.
How is your new wheels? Ai vamos.
Oh, they're good. I got some all season this time around, and then I have the all terrain in the garage now. So I think I'm
Oh,
set for a while.
yeah.
goodness.
It's so good to see you. Oh, that's awesome
Let's
because I
see.
really like putting like the face to the
How do
name
we?
now.
How do you switch camera to the other side? I don't know how to do that.
It
Let's see.
should have
Camera.
like a reverse. Yeah.
No.
That's a good question because
Mm,
I tried to reverse mine back and it wasn't working. Everybody got to see my living room.
I'm like that. I have my hair in a bun. Let's see. Edit.
Look, Paula says, just turn it around.
Yeah.
I
Just
could.
turn it around or on the bottom right, the lowest
Can you
says.
see that?
So, yeah. Oh
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
that's gorgeous.
That's
Ooh,
pretty.
that is so pretty.
That's what I'll be working on.
Oh wow, that is amazing.
I'll give you guys a little bit of.
Ooh, we're going on tour.
Windy today, though.
We can hear all. Oh, wow, that is
So these are
awesome.
our little gardens that are just starting. Here's our deck.
Oh, I can hear
Let's
the
see.
wind chimes.
I hear the wind chimes. Yeah.
Ah, see, I knew the word. Haha.
Yeah, they're all right there. So Here we are. See, I've got to clean all these up.
Oh wow, that is a lot of work.
And then I got to clean all that up.
Oof,
Oh my goodness, that's a lot,
I
but it's
know.
gonna be beautiful.
Lois says it's the party house. We're gonna go
Yeah.
party there after visiting Paula. We're gonna go
Bring
there
your
on
shovel,
fun.
bring your rake, and we'll have a party.
A shovel? What kind of party is this? Who we
Right?
burying?
It's called a working party. Yeah, no, it's all
Oh,
good. Well,
can
I just
I?
wanted
Can
to say
I?
hi to everyone.
Hello.
And
It's so nice to see you.
congratulations on your sub numbers going up. I think that's a really cool thing. You deserve that. Doing a great
Thank
job,
you.
and I really appreciate you sacrificing your sleep hours for us.
It, of course. I
He's
mean,
doing
I'm having a
awesome.
lot of fun. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Love you guys. I'm
Oh.
getting off.
All right. Thank you very much for
Bye.
calling. Bye.
Peace. Take it
Peace.
easy.
Bye. I will try.
Oh,
Oh, hang on. I'll change. Don't worry. That was also awesome. Thank you very much for calling in. I vamos. Thank you. Muchas gracias, Karina. It was awesome. That was definitely Water Garden. I would, oof, my days. Um, yeah, so absolutely. I know, right? Journeys, that was a
that was a
massive.
beautiful garden.
Um, uh, that was absolutely crazy. You know what? Now I just had an idea. One of these days, I need to do a members video on the park that I have just across the road. Literally, my house is here. Over here, I have a whole park. So I'm almost. I'm gonna show the footage to Garden Bot afterwards, and it's gonna be crazy. That is a massive garden. He would have if you had to do that one. He wouldn't have. He would do it, but would have a meltdown in the process.
Sissy, I don't have a garden. I have
I
a
don't have a
dog.
garden.
There's no way I could have a garden with a dog. He would get it. Oh, meat would get into everything.
Mm.
Everything. Nope.
Oh, it's in the name, meat. So
Yeah.
you know.
And he gets a little wild sometimes, but yeah. Yeah, I couldn't have a garden with him. He's too crazy.
Oh, wow! You got 3 dogs. That's
Oh, I have a second dog, but he's unimportant to me.
oh.
That's horrible to say. I have a chihuahua. Listen, no, listen. Look at you covering your face. I have a chihuahua. I adopted him. I adopted this dog. And when my mother-in-law moved in with us, he decided he wanted nothing to do with me anymore, went into her room, and I swear he has not come out of her room except to go outside to go potty. He eats in her room, he lives in her room, he does not come out. He does not have anything to do with me. He doesn't have anything to do with
Oh,
meat. Nothing. So this chihuahua, he can just stay in there. That's where he lives.
it's just he lives in his own world then.
Mhm. Exactly.
Oh my days. But yeah.
Exactly.
It's just crazy. So, do you have any more questions, Robert? Because I was really into, trying to explain you
I know.
about,
And
that the topic, the sovereignty and everything. I love talking about that. I am also a history nerd. I've got issues. I definitely have issues about being a nerd.
oh,
So,
I'm a history nerd too. And see, and that's those sleep things, going back to those that we were talking about that like Hio had told you to put on a sleep thing.
oh yeah.
I do. Okay, there's on YouTube, there's some sleep history and stuff like that. And I listen to the sleep history while I go to sleep. And there's
Sleep
some,
history.
yes,
I need
girl,
to
there is
Google.
some,
I need to YouTube that. Hang
that's
on.
the nerd in me is listening to sleep history. And they
Let
get in,
me let
yes.
me change the account though because I don't use my YT account for that. My YT account is very curated to true crime stuff only.
Oh, really?
So Sleep what history? History. Ooh, oh, definitely. I think that would, in
Yeah.
5 seconds in, would put me definitely asleep. Or probably not, because I would find it interesting
See,
and
that's
just
the thing.
carry
I
on.
find it interesting and I really get into it. I'm listening and then I finally doze off. So you might
Oh no,
want
but
to try one of those.
those things, I might try that tomorrow actually.
Yeah.
Because I thought I had plans in the morning tomorrow, but they fell through, so I'm gonna sleep.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So
So
you want
yeah.
me to come up and do Linda Sturmer in the morning still?
Um, I need you in the evening. In my evening, your morning at, I think it's about 11:30. I might need you to do Linda, to start Linda as well, but I'll talk to you behind the
Okay.
scenes.
That's fine. No big
Um,
deal.
so yeah, I'll definitely talk to you about that. But yes, so any more questions about history, about
Well, I
cooking,
was
or
just confused because, I didn't understand. So your prime minister,
yeah,
like, does all the political stuff,
yes. Oh,
right?
oh,
But,
hang on. Sorry, court is
and we're
back.
back.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Now we're gonna get into it. Court is back.
All
Court
right.
is
I'm
rude.
going to drop down.
All right. See you soon, hun.
All
Bye.
right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.